Hey everybody, and welcome this week to Spooky's Jumpscare Mansion. This is the HD renovation. Thank you, Discord, but I'm not going to be streaming this to anybody. I wanted to open up here because we have some preamble that talks about like this mansion that was up on the hill for all your life, and it always felt so eerie, and even the oldest town's residents can't remember the mansion's origin. So with a spooky game, we got to open with a, spooky opener and a spooky backstory, and, the titular character is spooky, so I guess it all kind of blends together well. So this is actually a pretty cool game. This is probably one of the first games that I ever played on a proper PC was Spooky's Jumpscare Mansion, which before that was known as Spooky's House of Jumpscares, I think it was. It was made by, originally, Lag Studios, which was Akuma Kira and this other lady. I'm not sure her name. I'm sure I have it on the screen now. They later would go on to split off and do their own game dev stuff. Kira became Kira LLC, and then the lady created her own little game studio, which was Albino Moose Games, which you can see in the bottom right. But as far as I'm aware, they still work together and have a nice working relationship. So, anyway, so Spooky's Jumpscare Mansion. It's my intention to play through the entire game. I'm also going to be playing through all of Karamari Hospital and all of Spooky's Dollhouse, which is the DLC. I'm not going to be playing through Endless Mode, which is just an endless mode, and Build Your Own Mansion isn't really something that I would interact with, even if it was around, and it's not around. So anyway, we open up here, and as if I'm remembering correctly, yes, we've got Spooky who comes down from the ceiling. Now, it's kind of crazy. I didn't know this until recently, but apparently Akuma Kira voices Spooky, which I didn't realize. And what kind of makes that weird to me is that they voiced the original Spooky years ago, and so it's kind of crazy to me that they even back then were the voice of Spooky, which I guess is not so weird. Anyway, they tell us that we have to get through 1,000 rooms, and judging by how I couldn't even make it up the stairs there, it's going to be a very, what are we going to call it, treacherous 1,000 rooms. At first, this place seemed cute, but I've been here for days now. I'm getting quite parched now. I keep getting this feeling that I'm being watched by something. This is not romantic at all. So, this character, which uses the word romantic a lot, is a guy who will pop up a lot here in the beginning. This game is pretty much pulling from every trope that kind of exists for, not currently, I guess. I don't know, what's the news? Well, even then it pulls from Five Nights at Freddy's. I was going to say, maybe not Five Nights at Freddy's. Maybe that's where they draw the line, but even they have a Five Nights at Freddy's reference in this game. So, let's see what we got going on. We got HP. These things jumping out of the walls are the first enemies. We have HP and energy up in the top left as I run, and then later on in the game, whenever we unlock the attack function, once we attack, we will drain energy. Energy is insta-refilled whenever we go through doors, so more often than not, I'm willing to completely waste energy as we go into a room. Once again, 1,000 rooms total in the game. Some of them, I don't know. I like the look of this game a lot. Now, this game does transition sort of at points where it seems to me like they randomly sort of throw in other bonus rooms that aren't necessarily they come in the room number. So 1 through 200 might have certain kinds of bonus rooms. 200 through 400 might have other kinds of bonus rooms. I know something is following me, but I feel like I'm prancing over the same rooms over and over. Hopefully leaving notes as breadcrumbs will prove I am making progress. Oh yeah, the last line. I just hope I don't run out of ink. I'm dreadfully thirsty. I couldn't imagine being 1,000 rooms. Okay, if it was straight up 1,000 rooms, not only would this playthrough be boring, but I think that would probably be pretty livable. But I don't know so much about 1,000 rooms, man. I couldn't imagine. So we might hear intermittently just some kind of ambient sounds, but whenever we come up on encountering an enemy, it's going to be fairly clear that we're encountering that enemy. Again, it's 1,000 rooms, so buckle up. Not only is it 1,000 rooms, but like I said, we're going to be doing the Karamari Hospital and the Dollhouse DLC. Was there anything else that I really wanted to say about any of that? No, not really. Oh yeah, we're going to be getting both endings for there was a note on that, which I only happen to know because of the thing at the bottom. Ink, not quite quenching my thirst. Taste is terrible. Stains are terrible. I don't think drinking it was a very romantic idea. I don't know. Sometimes people just get obsessed with a word, I guess. Years ago, this friend of mine we were in like a group chat, and he texted the group chat. Let's see what this says. Found something today to satisfy my unromantic thirst. I woke today from a brief faint and found before me a bottle of red wine. I'm not sure what brand or year, for there is no label. All I gather is that it tastes strongly metallic. I don't know that was red wine, buddy. Metallic? Would you even say irony, perhaps? A friend of mine like typed in our group chat, and he was like, "Hey man, can I come over?" He's talking to another friend. He's like, "Can I come over and see your new cat that you got?" And he said, "Yes, you can come over, but just for one." And he mistyped. He said Sexond, Sexond, and now that's just like permanently in our vernacular. Like we're constantly like, but our definition is that a sexond is half of a second. So there are 120 sexonds in a minute. So we're like, we'll be like, "Yo man, can you fire up that game you was playing the other day? Like it was cool. Can you fire that up so I can see that on Discord?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure, just for a second." Give me 1 second. Oh man. At least he's a good sport about it. He's not so bitter. I don't know. Like I said, despite us being, let's see, what's 50 out of like 1/20th of the game, almost up to 1/20th of the game complete already. I was worried about this as we were kind of starting up. I couldn't remember what the introductory room is, like where we start actually encountering enemies and stuff. But easy there. I guess the jump out panels are doing us well enough, huh? No, but I was worried at the beginning here because like it takes a little bit for the monsters to get rolling, but let me tell you, rooms like 700 forward, oh man. And then at least from room, I think it's probably about like 50, 60, 70 forward. We're going to have a lot of enemies. Like at least there'll be something happening besides us just kind of walking around rooms and stuff. I was wondering about this game years ago, whenever it first came out, because whenever... I don't know where I want to start the prefacing at. So we're at room 50. For the first little bit, every 50 rooms is a save location, which is like, they got like posters on the wall and then like this little cross, which you can save at. And then at a certain point, it becomes every 100 rooms once the kind of gameplay loop gets down. So anyway, you can see this is an homage to the old Resident Evil style games. But no, I was wondering about this game. I'm kind of curious why people gave it a chance, because I couldn't really see like the state of, because what I knew this game to release on back in the day was Game Jolt, the original game. And I really couldn't see people giving this game much of a chance, but I'm surprised, and of course, what do we want to call it? Like, rightfully so, like for the positive. I'm glad that people gave it a chance, because it is a good game, and I assume that the attention to it, is why the developers continue to work on it so much and do DLC for it, and then this new HD remake that I'm playing. So I'm glad for that, of course. Now, I was saying that this was the first like game on PC that I'd ever really played. I asked my dad one year for Christmas. I said, I'd like a gaming PC. And generally, like, I would ask for like one big thing, and then maybe like, could I get some Yu-Gi-Oh cards or something along with that? And so, they would get me some stocking stuffers and stuff. But generally, like, my dad was I don't want to say good at it. Like he provided, and he was like, "Yeah, sure, I'll get you a gaming PC." But the gaming PC they got me was like the one that they got was like particularly cheap, which I don't have a problem with. I would have been just fine to get like a little desktop deal. I'm not like complaining about the price of the thing. Whoa, that's kind of spooky, isn't it? But the reason that I mentioned it is because it was meant to be, like, the thing that he had bought was, like, meant to be, like, really basic, like, parts. Like, it probably cost, like, $200 at the time. This was probably, like 10, 12 years ago now. Ooh, we're gonna have an enemy. And it was meant to have, like, real basic parts inside of it. Spouting, splashing, soaking, innards, and just invoking. Nailing never stops the choking. Well, that's a cute little poem that you wrote there. I don't know. I don't think it's a haiku. Anyway, this is the first of the enemies. Really, really, really basic. Whenever you enter every room, you'll notice that there's like this little green goop on the floor, and then it's like the cytoplasm that he will come up and out of. And then he will become corporeal enough to chase you and kill you. And all throughout the room, there'll be like these little green goop piles that you have to run through as well. All I was saying was that, whenever I was younger, and we'll run for a little bit until, like, he stops chasing us. so I had like this cheaper PC, and the reason I even mention it is because even this game could run on it. And I was like really surprised because that really wasn't. It never felt like I'd be able to play any like first person like 3D-ish games, like games on a 3D plane. Like I played mostly, I don't know what would I have played back then, maybe like Undertale and. Oh, hey, now the music has let off, which music coming on and off is my general indicator for whether enemies are still following us or not. So this here, we have now successfully outran. I kept calling him the Spectre the last time I played, so I assume maybe I read that somewhere. Maybe I'm just wholesale making that shit up. If I'm making it up, sorry. We're through 77 rooms right now. Sorry, that room looked immaculate, was wide. And of course the weird geometry in these rooms. It doesn't really matter. Again, like you're just kind of going A to B in every room. I've played this game so much that I'm probably neglecting to explain something just highly important. I don't know. We're going to be accosted by enemies this whole playthrough. Having said that, like we do get breaks and reprieves, which is well deserved because whenever enemies are a pain in the ass, they are a pain in the ass. We got all kinds of different enemies that are going to chase us throughout the game. Some more interesting than others. Not hating on it or anything, but the Spectre is a very basic enemy. I'm always glad to see him because he is very basic. He's very easy to outrun. But yeah, so that PC was just like, it was meant to be like a starter build your own PC kind of thing. So it didn't come with any good parts. Like maybe it came with, can PCs have 4 gigabytes of RAM? I don't know. I know that we're kind of in a, RAM drought in the PC market right now. And it sort of seems like that's gonna, bleed over into fucking, GPUs too. Oh, hey, the Spectre's back. I guess we might as well take a look back at him. Let him get a little bit close. Whoa, he almost got us there. And enemies deal a certain amount of your HP. I am kind of not taunting. I just want to show off some of the monsters sometimes whenever I know that I can, because I think they all look cool. If you want a good read, I don't know many people who kind of do this stuff. I guess it's up to you, but I like reading the wiki pages on these games sometimes, and you can see like exactly what the damage breakdown is for enemies and stuff like that in this game. And this guy, I'm sure, is not very much. I can't remember if he's able to. Yeah, he is able to float over the what is it, like the chasms. So that at least he has a boon for here. Mostly that's for ghost-like enemies. I'm trying to think if anybody else does it. I don't think there's like I don't know if there's like just an out-and-out flying enemy. Maybe that could be the next DLC as an enemy that can fly over stuff. Not just him. He's not the whole DLC. I looked into like what else albino moose games are making. And I guess they were working on something with like the Oni Plays crew. I have a hard time understanding like how exactly Oni Plays or whatever like makes their games and what their game studio is, but it's called like Grumbo, the tale for, or the journey for Grimbo or some shit like, you know how fucking Oni Plays is with their, or the Oni crew is with their stuff. But apparently they were working on that, this albino moose games crew. And of course, I've covered probably a million things Akira's at this point. So, whatever they've been working on, I'm sure that they're still working diligently. I think DLC for Lunacid has been the most recent endeavor of theirs. Well, one enemy down and added to the kind of enemy Rolodex, and probably, what is it, like 13, 14 more to go. At least we're saved up. Anything could happen on these next 50 rooms. I don't know. I'm kind of getting my wheels returning here. I grabbed a soda. I was getting thirsty. That guy probably went several hundred rooms without a drink, and then he finally succumbed to drinking. Oh, hey, here's a brain room. I think that you can like break this open once you get a melee tool and stuff like that. Like you get different little things throughout the game. But I can't do that right now, and it insta-kills you, so I don't know how much you want to do that anyway, but, yeah. I'm kind of surprised at just how good the 3D looks, in this game. I was talking about, Wow. Like how a lot of the rooms like kind of stay the same, some are different. Like some of the quick travel rooms, like where you see me like instantly go from like one side of the room to the other. I'm able to tell, what I should be doing in this room because you can see there's a table. Like as soon as I see the table, I know I'm on the wrong or the right side, depending on if it's on my side or not. Oh yeah, so they just kind of like if this room were to appear up here on like let's say room 607, it would just have like different textures on the walls, which you'll be able to see that throughout the game, especially if you like scrub and you see me running through like this room I'm in particular. I should have stopped it. This room is like another one, is like one that's going to show up for a long time, so it's going to have like the walls retextured and stuff a lot as we play through this game. 100 rooms down already, 900 more to go, and then of course the DLC. I don't know, I'm sure people will get annoyed if I keep bringing that up, but in my mind it's a good bellwether for how we're doing. Sometimes doors can be like randomly locked. I've never been able to tell if that's a symptom of a particular enemy chasing you or if it's a symptom of the particular room that you're in. A lot of times it can really, really, really screw you. I'm thinking of like, let's say you have a particularly deadly enemy and it's like one that like moves real slow, but you don't want him to touch you. If he happens to like even get close and sort of nudge you a little bit as you're kind of backtracking, well, then you're kind of just screwed. So that door is locked, needs a key card, all right, and then finally we can go through whatever this one is. This is kind of cool. This room kind of looks like there's like clay, like shit in the in like these little vats around, and then of course one is broken. Ooh. I guess there's notes and stuff to read around, so I better do that. Subject 5 is growing more and more restless. I told Spook we need to need more funds for sedatives, but she just laughed and flew into the ceiling. Yeah, that sounds like her. Without more chemicals to keep these things docile, I'm not sure how much longer we can keep them here safely. Signed, generic lab assistant. Then there's a key card here. I don't think we get chased for like a little bit, so we're still good. Generic Labs is actually the name of the evil lab guys in this game, so that's kind of funny. I don't think we were supposed to get a key. I better read this now. I believe subject 5 is loose. The glass around its container is shattered, and I can faintly hear clicking coming from the ceiling. I don't know what will happen now. If it's out and alive, then this is probably my last report. The clicking is getting louder now. So then we see it come down and see that it's a big ass spider. Now, me personally, well, maybe it's like a spider centipede combo is what it kind of reminds me of. You can tell, that it's in the room with you, like not only because of the music. I've told you before that you can use the music to kind of get an idea of what enemies are around you and stuff, but there's a giant hole in the ceiling of the rooms where it's chasing you. Unless, of course, there is no chance for there to be a hole, in which case it breaks down the door behind you. I'm sure that you could probably assume that. You do get a little bit of breathing room because it doesn't deal a ton of damage, and I think that you get a little bit of invincibility whenever it first spawns. Not invincibility, but like it can't hit you for a minute. Because as you just saw before, it pretty much spawned right on top of me in these like smaller cramped rooms. So I got a little bit screwed there, but oh well. So this is the second enemy. Specimen 5 has been added to our Rolodex. I guess we might as well play some of the games in here. So this is like a Pac-Man type game. I keep forgetting that we're not playing as the Pac-Man character. So we've got like the ghosts, and the thing that we're chasing is the Pac-Man guy, and I believe all we have to do is run into him, and we win that game. Well, that was fun enough, I suppose. This game, I don't know. I mean, all these are just supposed to be little mini games, so it doesn't really matter. But you're just going as far as you can, like stabbing people. And I don't know. You just see how many meters you can get towards your little bar drains the whole time. I'm just going to go ahead and like let our character die, and then we'll start in on the next game. Spooky Cart. I think that this is like one of the old school like... I almost said kart racers. Obviously, it's not a kart racer, but like I think that Sega had a couple games like this. Am I going the wrong way? No, I still think there's some cars going the other way. Sega had like a couple games like this. I can't think of the name of them, but where like you're just trying to like race on these. Well, in those games you're trying to race. In this game you're trying to obviously fuck up these cars. But that's all to that one. If you get a high enough score in Spookies, whatever this is, Mall of the Spook, you can input your initials into the thing. Which is saved locally. I think that used to be saved in, well, I don't know what engine this game used to be in. Apparently it had a lot of limitations because I was reading like, I don't know if it's cut content, but like stuff that they were gonna do with this game. And, some things didn't get implemented because of like the limitations of the engine originally. I should have looked up what the engine was actually called that the original game was made in. But as I understand it, this is made in Unity. The HD renovation. Oh my god, it's fucking blindingly white. So this is a interesting room. You're going through the doors in a certain order, and if you get the ding, you did it right. So we go forward, and then it must be left. Then we'll just say forward again. No, sometimes you get lucky, sometimes not so much. Left. How about left again? Hey, forward, left, and forward. God damn it. Forward, left, don't say left again, please. God damn it. All right, so then we get the exit to here. I don't know, it's a cool little bonus room, and like you'll never go into one of those rooms and being chased by like an enemy, so that's nice. We go to modify house layout, and it does nothing. So we can access the specimen database and read about the monsters we ran into so far. The first of the monsters, specimen 1, is just a cardboard cutout. The only way it kills people is by heart attack. It's only killed 4. Alright, so we can look at the second specimen. That is the specter-looking thing. Kills by physically tearing. It's a mostly semi-solid based specter. Oh, maybe that's why I call it a specter. That frequently changes matter states. Proved very effective against weaker or slower subjects. Okay, not us. We're a fist. We're an Adonis. Okay, so this is the third monster. Kills via infectious bites. A test specimen being developed at generic labs. Should prove useful when released. Trials have shown it is adequately effective to average subjects. All right, if you say so. And we can get an idea of some upcoming enemies. The next one's going to be like this Ju-on the Grudge. I think that's what it's called. Girl. She kills by consumption a 14th century spirit that was contained and relocated here to the mansion. Ooh, tests have yet to reveal origins, but all relevant information has been placed into testing chamber. Proved effective, but not greatly more than previous specimens. All right, whatever that means. And then the next one's like this Silent Hill kind of monster. Not sure how it kills. A creature found inside the church of a small town. Subjects are lost after contact with the specimen. Its method of killing is unknown. Proved extremely effective against subjects with mental issues or weak wills. And then like the wiki goes on to like make, and it's not their, like I get where they're coming from. They go on to make like the assumption that your character probably has like some kind of a mental issue or weak wills, because that is not the first time that it's mentioned that like in order to be to like see some of these monsters, you have to have like something wrong with you mentally. Yeah, we can see like this map here. We are here. This map is not too terribly helpful. The charm in this game is overflowing, let me tell you. All right, so we're going to save, and then we've got another note here. I don't think that was wine. Oh, and we got a note here on the wall. You can do it. We can help. Papa John's, spelled with Jons. That guy's so funny. The Papa John guy is just so unhinged. What's that? You should look up that meme video if you're in the mood for a laugh of the Papa John interview where like he sounds like the Joker or whatever. And they like edit the Joker makeup onto him and stuff. All right, so we're 150 rooms down. Fucking 850 to go. It's a little bit imposing, sure, but at a certain point, whenever like our checkpoints are like 100 rooms apart, like it just becomes like, you know, like a walk in the park kind of, where monsters are accosting you. You know how a walk in the park usually includes like specters chasing you and giant spiders and cardboard cutouts of enemies, or cardboard cutouts of cute little monsters hopping out at you. Now, the cardboard cutouts generally don't actually scare me that much. The only times that they actually scare me is, I don't know if it's not in the new game, but in the original at least, it would like jump out, like the cardboard cutout would like jump out at you, and then it would play this like super, super fucking loud sound effect. And I don't know, maybe I just had my headphones up too loud or something like that. But I remember thinking it was like ridiculously, like I didn't have a problem with this game other than like the 1 out of 20 times that the cardboard cutout would play that sound effect. I probably was just playing playing the game with too loudly. We had a friend here recently. We were all kind of in a voice call on Discord. It was like, I don't know, maybe like 5 or 6 of us. And, we were all just talking, chit-chatting about like how work's been going and stuff. And he's like, well, it's, 4:15. It's a big pain in my ass. You know that. And then I don't know if it had to have been his headset or whatever, but it was like he was like boosted to like 900% out of nowhere. And he was like, any of y'all see the Starfield game? It was so loud. We're all laughing. He's like, what are you motherfuckers laughing about? We're like, you were just so loud. So I think it doesn't really matter kind of what we do here. We can explore around and like go into these different rooms and stuff. I don't think that this is very long lived. Oh, here we go. Now we're finally in like the, where you can see like the next upcoming specimen. Sorry, I'm getting in my head now that it is so fucking dark on my end. These like Chinese symbols, like some of them actually say spooky stuff. Some things are just like orange and banana peel, and I don't know that that's an exact translation, but I remember like looking up the translation of those things just for here. It's honestly like lorem ipsum kind of. Can't really see it very well, but this looks like some Hatsune Miku type drawings. Here's a note on the table. I cannot fucking read this for the life of me. Oh, hey, and there's a ghost person in the very back. It's kind of cool. They use the same ghost models in the end of this game as well. This is just like way too dark for me. I thought maybe if I moved the light a little bit, I might be able to see it. Maybe on my other monitor. Matsuri never came to class today. I hope she made it home okay. Sorry. I had to peek at my other fucking monitor, lean over. Oh, I just got hit by one of the ghosts. I got a little too close, apparently. This is a character that'll pop up later, I'm pretty certain. It seems to be based off of a cat from like one of the, I don't know, like Madoka Magica kind of like magical schoolgirl shows. I don't know that I'll make a supreme effort to try and read those notes in the future. I don't know how well that comes across the creaking of my chair as I kind of lean over. I think I was already in this room. I get so fucking turned around in places like this. All right, so now we're at the end of the hallway, and we go into this room, and oh wow, it is just extremely dark. How are we feeling on this note? I thought I could like move the flashlight a little bit over. I don't know. Fuck it. Maybe that'll turn out better in the recording. Could it really be true? I thought the fairy tales about the ghosts that eats children who sneak in after class was just to keep us from discovering that Matsuri is still missing. Discovering? What do you mean discovering that she's still missing? I mean, she's still missing, isn't she? So I think pretty soon we get jumped by, well, the ghost that was foreshadowed. So that room is locked. I don't know that any of these rooms end up being unlocked. I want to get back to a room with a normal kind of lighting in it before I, think too hard about what's going on here exactly. I'm keeping my ear open because I remember the Ghosts theme song sounds a lot like a national anthem, sort of. More Chinese lettering on that note. Oh, and there she is, probably spawned in. So, she has like this darkish aura around her. Oh, and I just got stopped by the one of the like cardboard cutouts. That happens to me a lot whenever I'm trying to look at these enemies. You can see her mouth kind of opens up a little bit whenever she gets like, oh shit, really close. Alright, sorry about that, pimps and players. It is fucking really, really cold. I think it's 6 degrees right now. It's nighttime when I'm recording this. In another episode of Dr. Dirk's fucking shitty ass weather app, If you aren't familiar with this, if you haven't watched every single video I've ever posted, I have this weather app that was pre-installed on my telephone and my smartphone, and it has ads on it, which again, I'm like kind of whatever, but it gives me the most random fucking like updates and shit, like for stuff I don't care about. Like, for example, the other day it told me about a tornado that was like 10,000 miles away from my house. Like, it gave me like a notification and everything, like, warning, tornado warning, watch out. And I was like, what the fuck? I've never seen a tornado. There's not tornadoes in my area. What the shit? And so I look at it and it's like 10,060 miles away. So in other news, I get a thing and it's like telling me it's like, you know, it's 50, it's going to be like 50 below. And I was like, Jesus Christ, like that is so fucking cold. And I was like, you know, getting like wooden and stuff to prepare. And like, I'm like later, like, you know, I'm telling my family about it. I'm like, no, look at this here. I got it on my weather app here. And I go to like show them, right? Like where it went to say like minus 50. And it's like minus 50 in some parts of America. And it like is like clearly a picture of Anchorage, Alaska. I fucking hate this weather app so much. It is funny because like I apparently have 2 pre-installed weather apps on my phone. And I don't like the other one because it's not like a dedicated UI. Like it just like as soon as you hit the app, it just automatically opens up like weather plus my zip code on Google, which is completely useless to me in terms of an app. Like I could just do that myself. We got the Ghost Girl there twice in a rotation back to back, but it's good because we're almost at room 200. Of course, that means another save point. Yeah, so that's why we had a cut there, because my heater kicked on. That will probably happen several times throughout this playthrough. Pillar, make like a tree and die, coming this fall. I don't know some of the in jokes and stuff. Obviously, I know the hang in there fucking poster. That's a absolute classic. Maybe I should get one of those in my room. Hang in there, and the one that's like, if you don't make it, it's your own damn vault or whatever, and it has like somebody with the like the pole arm stick where they like damn, this ghost girl can't get enough of me, what the hell. I think it's pretty clear. I didn't really mention it too much, but I'm pretty sure that that's supposed to be like the Grudge type ghost girl. Not that there isn't enough kind of media with ghost girls in it. I was like telling one of my buddies, he was covering oh great, we're on the wrong side. Yep, figured we'd get Nick there a little bit. Oh, she's out speeding me. Hold up, I need to go. I need to get my sprint going there a little bit. He covered Silent Hill 2, and then like the Silent Hill F, I think it was. And I was like telling him, I was like, I just pretty much have no interest in the Silent Hill F. Like, I don't know. It's a cool Silent Hill IP, but I just don't have an interest in it. And he was like, really? I want to hear why. And I was telling him, like, so many games and media are like Asiatic, like ghost, you know, kind of people a little bit. Like, I'm talking about The Grudge. I sent him like a full list of like PS2, like 2000s PC games that I was thinking of specifically. Speaking of Silent Hill, though, really wasn't my intention to transition so seamlessly to here, but we are in an area, obviously very heavily inspired by Silent Hill, and the enemy for this area, also very heavily inspired by Silent Hill. The darkness is slowly consuming us now. I don't think our rituals will appease it much longer. How are we supposed to know this would happen? So, if you remember, this monster that we're going to run up on was like found in a church or something like that, and in like a small town. It's not really our fault. We just did what Mother has told us to do in this sort of situation. I need to go play all the Silent Hills. You know, my favorite Silent Hill, it's so dumb because everybody, like, it's probably the worst Silent Hill, debatably. My favorite Silent Hill Homecoming. Mother is not pleased with us, but how are we supposed to know that the girl wasn't pure? So, I think that was also in the in one of the movies or whatever, like one of the girls was supposed to like remain pure, and then she like, I don't know, got, you know, SA'd by the like janitor. I can't remember. I need to watch the movies because I actually like the movies a little bit more than I like most of the games and stuff. I just don't have a supreme amount of knowledge about the games, I think, is why I don't like them. So I think as we go into this next room, maybe I should attempt to open these doors and stuff. This is like blinding on my screen. Maybe there's like a contrast issue on my fucking, the screen that I use to watch shit on, because, the brights are like blinding, like, but the darks are like, I can't see anything. It's nice for horror games, I guess, whenever the darks are dark. But all right, so now I think as we come in, there is a monster on our left. Looks very much so like the Pyramid Head type character. He does some weird stuff to the rooms that we travel through. We're just gonna run away from him for now, and it should like warp the textures on the walls and stuff. He's supposed to kind of throw you off while he's chasing you, and of course he just like beats the wall down behind you. I like this enemy in terms of like which enemies would I prefer chase me, and which would okay, in the huge Rolodex of enemies by the end of this game, which ones do I want to chase me and which ones do I really not want to chase me? He is one that I'm alright with chasing me. I need to just start holding the right whenever I get into this room, as many times as it's been right over left. Ah, man. The textures on the walls make me so sleepy. I was talking with another one of my friends not long ago, and we were discussing why... Because I had another friend years ago, and he would always fall asleep when he played horror games, and I never kind of understood it, because like he would play like the super scary moment, and then like in the wind down, he'd be like falling asleep, like in his computer chair on his couch or whatever. He'd just be falling asleep, and I never kind of understood it until I started doing it myself. But I honestly think it's a lot of like your adrenaline spike, and then the drop off like is probably like wearing your body out. So let's say I'm getting chased by a monster, and he's like super on my tail, and my adrenaline's going up and up and up, and then it's like, ooh, I got away from the monster, and then it's like, a couple minutes of cooldown, and then again, your adrenaline up and up and up, and then it's like, ooh, your adrenaline tapers off, and you're calm again. I assume there's only so many times that your body can handle that before it's like, damn, I'm getting pretty sleepy. Of course, once all that's said and done, and you're kind of worn down to the bone a little bit in that regard. Oh, hey, nice. We're gonna have the Spectre in this room. I hear him behind me. Once you're kind of worn down to the bone in a certain sense by like your adrenaline spiking and dropping, then you've got like these rooms which the Spectre, for some reason, has like no music playing for him right now. Maybe he just doesn't have unique music, but it's just kind of like somber, sleepy, like white noise tones almost. Like, is there musical white noise? It's always so confusing because I can never tell the difference between the noises. I think the other day I just saw something that said pink noise. I have no fucking idea what that sound effect would be. Me personally, I think it would be like the Barbie like cell phone thing where it's like, hi, can I help you? And then it plays like the butterfly song. People who are aware of that old ass toy are gonna hella know what I'm talking about there. And then everybody else, once again, it's been another probably 40 minutes of dead commentary for them where they don't understand anything, but they're just along for the ride. They're smiling the whole time. And I think we've already outran the Spectre. So I'm kind of interested. I think we get to room, 250. I don't know how much longer I can go on. I haven't seen any of my previous notes, so that means either I'm getting somewhere or someone is taking them. Or maybe this place is just so damn big is another thing I was thinking. Imagine if this room is like, or this house is like 50,000 rooms. Like, there's a pretty good chance you wouldn't run into your notes again. That would be really disheartening, though. And once again, we're in the brain room. 250. Every 250 you get like a celebration and like a unique room. So we're coming up on just such a room here shortly. I am playing this on controller. I like the paintings. I used to think that this was a painting of like sad ghost eyes instead of like, it's like a blank painting torn. And yes, here we are. There's Spooky. She comes out of her little painting and she congratulates us. She's like, hey, yeah, that's great. She's going to grant us a gift. There's like a little gift there. And I don't really know. Maybe she's just bored and likes watching us. Who knows? Password for the first 250 rooms, if you want to insta come back here, is pumpkin. We go to open the gift, and it says, look behind you. And we turn around, and there is a bunch of the cardboard cutouts or whatever. Anyway, all right, time for another fucking 50 rooms, maybe 100 rooms. I can't remember when the transition is, but we did just get a save there, so I don't know. I'm trying to think which enemy we have coming up next. Maybe it's the mask salesman. I don't know exactly what every enemy is like rooted in. Like I sort of think that this centipede is probably rooted in some Resident Evil type enemy, if I had to guess. But I'm not somebody who knows a lot about the old Resident Evils where it was like a mutated bat or like a mutated spider or something like that. I think that was more of a Resident Evil 3 thing. Now, I did play... I've said before that I want to play them for the channel, but I have played... What is it? Played half of 0. I haven't played any of 1. I played the 2 remake. I played 4, 5... Didn't play 6, played 7 and 8, and I honestly, by the time this video comes out, I don't think that I'm going to, like Resident Evil Requiem has probably already came out. Maybe. It's either like coming out like very, very, very soon, or it's like already been out. I am probably going to get that game. I don't know if it probably should be like a day one purchase for me, but I don't know how excited I am to play it. It is cool that they're bringing Leon back in the new engine. And well, I guess he had his new engine in Resident Evil 4, the remake or whatever, but I want to see him in like this new ship. I'm interested. I guess they're going back to fucking Raccoon City once again. I've made a couple predictions about that game. Firstly, I think it's gonna... Who are we being chased by? Oh, the fucking spider again. We got him on the rotation twice? That's crazy. I'm making a couple predictions here. First prediction, they are gonna say that the Mega Mycite... well, this is spoilers for the new Resident Evil games, if you're not aware. They're going to say that the Mega Mycite came from space. That's prediction number 1. Prediction number 2, the gameplay loop is going to be very largely similar to, let's see, which way are we going here? We're going left this time? Oh boy, I hope we're going left. The gameplay loop's going to be very similar to the DLC from Resident Evil 8, where you played as Rose, where it had like the powers that you can use and stuff like that to like manipulate the environment. It's going to be a very much so like that. That's my 2 guesses. And when they say that the infection or whatever came from outer space, I'm hanging it up. I'm never going to play another Resident Evil game after that, because they become too formulaic and boring. Alright, we're chased by the Spectre now. We're getting some really early class enemies. I guess getting the Ghost like 4 times in a row now leads to us getting these real generic ass enemies back to back. Not like they're actually indicative of one another. I'm just talking out loud here. Alright, so coming up on room 292, we only have to get through 8 more rooms and then probably a save point. And then I would guess from there is probably when we're going to start getting our 100 room rotations. The Spectre, I don't know. He's cool. I like him a lot as an introductory enemy. I'm kind of surprised that this game eventually didn't do, god damn it, didn't eventually do like a thing where like once you got towards the end, it would like spawn a couple of low-level enemies, like the Spectre and the Spider, or maybe like a high-level enemy and like a low-level enemy, like a Spectre and, I don't know, maybe like the Ghost. Although, that also probably could have gotten too difficult at a certain point. Some rooms also don't spawn while you're being chased. Like you'll notice we'll never run into the brain room whenever we're being chased by an enemy. So, I guess that's a way that you can know that you're in a safe room. Cool. So, room 300. No notes in here or anything. Nothing new. I'm kind of surprised. The last time I played, there was pretty much a new poster and everything in every room. So, I don't know. Maybe we'll get them all kind of at once towards the end of the game. Who knows? Who cares? Alright, so on to the next bout of rooms. Again, I'm assuming that our next checkpoint probably won't be until room 400. Oh, hey, nice. We've got new textures on the walls, so I hope you're all excited for that. Same old kind of areas, new textures on the walls. Wow, I'm kind of running out of just random shit to talk about, which is funny because we're not really that far into that far into the game. Talked a little bit about Resident Evil. We just finished up some Dead Rising stuff not too long ago. I guess now it's probably been like 2 months ago, now that I'm thinking of it. I've been following kind of Akuma Kira's work. I feel like, what was the last thing they put out? Like, they put out some, like, game that's like a point-and-click game that was actually, it was cool. I played it. I just, I don't understand their vision a lot of the times. But to be fair, a lot of times, like, whenever I initially played Basilisk 2000 and the original Basilisk, I did not understand it at all, and I didn't understand both like the story and like what they were going for in the gameplay, and I thought it was very boring as a result. So we are in a Majora's Mask N64 styled area. You can step on these like buttons and it'll tell you which of the doors that you can go through. So we can go through this door, and then whenever we come out the door that's on the right of it, you can see there are like masks on the ceiling around here. It hit the vibe of Majora's Mask N64 very well. One day, a strange merchant came to town. He sold handmade puppets and trinkets, and all the children loved his store and his gifts, but the town couldn't support his store because the other shops were failing. The other shopkeepers became jealous, so one night, some of the townsfolk took all of his puppets and threw them in the river. And then we've got another note here, but just afterwards, he came running to the river, crying and wailing that his children were being drowned. The townspeople, bitter and still angry, watched him frantically thrash and dive into the river until he never came back to the surface of the water. This is cool. That looks pretty. It reminds me of the ice key for Banjo-Kazooie a little bit. I kind of want to like the old the Legend of Zelda games, like Majora's Mask, and I think I had the other one. What is it? The Ocarina of Time. Are we going the right way? No, that's like a boss door. I think I'm going to need a key. I had Majora's Mask and the Ocarina, I almost said the Flute of Time, Ocarina of Time, but I never, okay, let's see. Let's go here. Although not what they wanted, the shopkeepers were satisfied, but I just never could get into them very much. They were a little bit too hard. Years later, the children of the town began to go missing, and as more and more children disappeared, people began to find more and more puppets in the forest and around the river. These puppets seemed almost to look like the missing children sometimes. Ooh, I'm surprised there's no masks in this room. Anyway, we pick up the other key and we go to leave, and we'll probably run into the enemy of this area here before too long. I would guess the next room, considering how big that room actually was. All right. Oh, no, maybe the demon face door indicates the like little boss area. So I'm not particularly good at this guy. I can't remember like what I'm doing right or wrong with him. I think in the old game he was like strictly a what do I want to say? Like a SCP-173 Weeping Angels type monster, like where if you like looked at him, he wouldn't move, but then like if you didn't look at him, he would move. I think that the way he works now though is like if you look at him once, he like freezes, and then that freezing pretty much makes it so that like he isn't hardly able to keep up with you. If you stare at him for too long, the puppet strings do pull back up into the ceiling, and he like respawns on top of you again. So in my opinion, every room that you see him in, you like immediately want to whip around and look at him. And then if you hear him, because you'll hear like the sound of, I don't know what they call those things, like puppet claspers, like the thing they use to control puppets, like the actual handles for them. You'll hear those like kind of meshing together. And if you hear that, then just immediately like whichever direction you're looking towards, look the opposite direction. This game does feature like a snap. It does make it a little bit harder to get through rooms. Like I can snap there. For me, it's LB and RB. I'm sure on PC it's something else, like to use actual PC controls. I think like if you're not looking at him and he's moving, you'll also hear like the like snapping together of the puppet controls again. Once again, still not knowing the word for them. I know that what they look like. I've got a very good idea what they look like, but all right. Well, we survived him pretty handily. He is probably going to be the closest I will ever get to dying in this game. He has like the ability to, I don't know, he's very deadly. I don't know what to say. I just don't understand his mechanics fully. And it gets kind of weirder because I think in the DLC maybe, yeah, I think it's the DLC. There's like another way more Weeping Angels type character, and I can't remember. I think it's in the Karamari DLC, but I also might just be misunderstanding how that one works too. Generally, this is my feeling about these kind of games. I know a little bit about them, and I'm good enough to beat them, but I'm not like supremely knowledgeable in the game or anything. We've got the Spectre chasing us if the slowdown pulls were any indication. We are, I don't know, 300 some rooms in. I'd like to, I don't know. Like I said, it is getting pretty late. I'll go to bed here eventually. I'm trying to think of like a good stopping point. Maybe room 600 feels like miles away. How about room 500? And then I'll take a little snooze. Maybe. I guess we'll have to see if I get my second win, because like I said, the reason I was even bringing up like the how horror games make people sleepy type thing is because I was already starting to feel it. I do got a soda here, which is kind of nice. I don't know. I'm like probably like an hour or so in the recording right now, so I'm thinking that maybe like 2 hours of recording will be kind of like enough to justify. Like honestly, if I'm just sitting down at my computer and I do like 10 minutes of recording, it's like what good does that do anybody? I can't hardly get a playthrough done in 20 days sitting down for 10 minutes at a time. I don't know. I don't really have too much going on in these rooms. I'm sure I'll think of something else random to talk about. We already talked about my shitty ass weather app. I got a lot of wood moved in because of the negative 50 cold front that was supposed to be coming. I was like I'm gonna move my cot in beside the wood stove. Like it's fucking way too at this rate. Like how cold it is. Yeah, see, we just hit room 350, so we must be getting the checkpoints every 100 rooms now. No, I was saying like if it's gonna be minus 50, I'm gonna just sleep beside the fucking wood stove. It's way too cold. And also coincidentally, thankfully, beside the wood stove are my water pipe. So I guess if it ever got so cold that one of them busted, despite me leaving a drip, I guess I guess I would be there to hear it and maybe do something about it. But yeah, damn, it has been chilly. Like I said, I think it was like I was just happened to check the weather right before I hopped on and to record this, and I think it's like 9 degrees right now, so fairly cold. I'm hoping. I don't know. And it was like so nice out today too. Like not necessarily warm, but it looked really pretty. The sun came out and melted all the snow and the ice that there was the night before. So I don't know. I was just thinking, I was like, weather to me like seems like it should be on a curve, right? Like slowly gets warmer or colder, but damn, it has just been like straight cold, straight warm again. And that has been, oh, hey, we're back at another game room. Cool. This one here, rooms 900 forward, you can actually play it, but you have to be lucky enough to get the arcade room as on your rolls of rooms, and I'm not always, so lucky, I guess. So, yow. Oh man, I hope we don't die to this guy. We're like 60 rooms in. We do get HP regen at a certain point, so keeping my ear out for, god damn it, we're keeping my ear out for him moving. Damn, we got a very good chance of dying at this rate. Oh man, like I said, this is really the only guy that gives me any pause or like much difficulty. I think it's good thing there aren't like hazards in the room. Shit, there's another game I was just thinking of, like where you'll oftentimes run into spikes while you're like looking at these enemies and stuff, and you have to like keep your ears out while you're looking at them. I guess we have already mentioned like SCP is another one of those where you can like run into one of the electrified gates or whatever while you're looking at the SCP-173. I would even if I don't play the original Containment Breach, which I don't really like because of the Blitz 3D engine. If you're not aware, the original SCP Containment Breach was made in, I think it was called Blitz 3D, and it wasn't the creator of the game. I think his name was Vanebrain. I can't remember, but he had expanded on the game like a lot, and he did what he could, but there's a severe limitation of the fucking engine. I think I'm starting to get the idea now. So, like, if I don't look at him for a certain amount of time, he'll TP, and then if he doesn't, God damn it, and if he doesn't get an opportunity to TP for a while, then he just automatically TPs. So, anyway, Blitz 3D was like this really shitty engine, and he like made a really good game in it, which was kind of unfortunate. That happens a lot in the indie dev scene. I feel is like there's like some small engine. For example, the game that like a lot of people seem to like after I'd covered it, or like it was a good game before I covered it, but like a lot of people seem to like my coverage of it. A Happy Place was made in the fucking what's it called? It's a render engine. I can't think of the fucking name of it. Blender, the Blender game engine, and it was kind of unfortunate because the game is good, but the fucking engine is dog shit, and that's the way that like Blitz 3D was. So I don't know if I want to play it. I remember that game crashing a lot. A lot of people still make mods for that game and stuff. I don't know. I'm being chased by something. Or am I being chased? Oh, no. This is the Silent Hill PT area. I have to warn you, this hallway right here will randomly have an enemy in it sometimes. This was such a surprise that there would be another actual entry, one I could admire, but then as suddenly as it came, it left. And now you disband. Your influence and inspiration will never leave me. I honestly think that is a note about how much they liked Silent Hill, PT, and how much they like are kind of upset that it didn't come to fruition. I don't remember what the deal was, why that game never got finished. I just keep trying the doors, and then once I get to this long area, whoa, geez Louise, I keep hoping that we don't run into the enemy, and it's like completely random if you'll run into them or not. Like I think you can have them like twice back to back. It's like a 1 out of 3 chance or something like that. And holy schmoly, is he fucking loud relative to everything else. God damn it, another locked door. Oh, all right. Well, let me try this next one. And again, you just have to get fucking lucky, which is a real unfortunateness of this area. God damn it, locked again. You're shitting me. All right, one more. It has to be this next one. All right, I'm going to cut until I fucking get the door finally. All right, fucking finally, we got the right door. It only took a couple more loops, so that's good. 383, room 383. We're getting really close to room 400, and there goes, save spot. So I'm hoping that we don't run into too much trouble before then, or if the trouble we run into is like, say, a spider, that would be okay, or a centipede. Excuse me, I just had a fucking sneezing fit. I was glad to take a break there. This, with my wood stove, it's like so dry, mixed with like obviously the dryness that comes with, what the hell? They changed the music up in this room. Sounds odd. This game also features like if you stay in a room, I think a room has like 9 minutes or something like that, or if you stand still for like 60, 70, 80 seconds, an enemy will spawn, a enemy we haven't seen yet, but acts as the final boss of the game. We're not going to show off me standing around, but obviously we're going to show off the final boss of the game. I think this is my last note. I'm going to die having never found my escape, but really that's not true. This place was like my escape from everything else. In the end, my death is kind of romantic. I don't know. I guess that's all about perspective. To me, you just died of dehydration in a mansion, but what is a romantic death? I guess Romeo and Juliet, but that was kind of lame too. They both just died for no reason. I never understood. I'm glad that has kind of fell off. Romeo and Juliet being a very good love story. I'm sure that probably upsets somebody, but I always thought it was dumb as hell. Nomeo and Juliet is probably a better love story than Romeo and Juliet, and I haven't even watched it. So we can see our romantic character here with his quill and his little hat and axe. Chop till you drop. That is the name of a Dead Rising game also. I think the first Dead Rising. They tried to do some crazy stuff with that Chop Till You Drop, where like the original was like a mall survival horror thing. In Chop Till You Drop, it like included like money and fucking like missions and stuff. Not like the main missions of the game. No, that was cool. But like missions where like you're like kill 30 zombies in 20 seconds or something like that. I don't know. Or like deliver 3 things of orange juice to the upper floor area at the skateboarding place. It was lame. Very lame by my estimation. Oh, hey, this is the Five Nights at Freddy's room. Listen.
Hi. Yes, hello. Hi.
So it's just different permutations of like, hi, hello, hello, hello. I like the Five Nights at Freddy's games. I'd kind of like to play them. Oh no, what the hell is this? Threshold of Consciousness. Okay, we step across it, and there is a cat, and there is a giant clock. I don't really understand this very well, but we saw this kind of cat in an earlier drawing. They ask if we're lost. In a certain sense, I would say yes. This place can help those who are ready, but expect turmoil. I really don't understand this. What do you mean? How could any of this help anybody? Anyway, you can continue on. Oh, hey, here's a note. What's this say? This place is finally starting to affect me. I've seen enough horror movies to know how to survive a simple ghost or two, but these monsters keep getting faster and stranger. Wasn't that basically how Cabin in the Woods was? That's a movie that reminds me a lot of this game. Cabin in the Woods, super recommend it, but it's like they're doing like. Now, this is another room I really don't understand. We'll talk about Cabin in the Woods whenever I get out of this spooky-ass place. 2 sides of the same coin. Knowing your projections can help you achieve freedom. But there's like this thing which tracks your location. This is like a room that I just don't understand at all. I do think that this cat is based on... I'm sure I had an image of it up earlier. If I don't, maybe I should put the image of it up now. The like magical girls... like cat, and the name of it hopefully is up on, or was up on the screen there where you could see it. You're traveling around like the entirety of this clock, I think it is. You have to like go through a couple of rooms, and then it spits you out like on a different side of the clock. Like we're on, I don't know, the fucking 9 o'clock side of it right now. Soon enough we'll be on the back end of it. I guess we could talk to the cat again. The mask you wear serves its purpose well, but be careful not to lose yourself in it. Yeah, I don't know. It's too fucking random for me. You are not you. Follow the group. All right, let's get it. You are not you. And then what's the other thing it's saying here for a split second? Put on your mask. Yeah, I don't know. It's too ambiguous. I don't think it actually... A lot of people like try and dive pretty deeply into who the protagonist of this is. Unless there's another Kumakira entry that... Or like, I guess technically Albino Moose games too. But unless there's like another actual entry for... from either of those people about like... You know, that might imply who the protagonist of this is. I wouldn't read into it anymore. It's kind of like a lot of people continue to grasp at like the very little straws that there are for those kind of games. Hey, we're on the back end of it now. But even I was kind of reaching into things that I was saying a little bit. Balance is the key to keeping your mind free and sane. This room I always thought was kind of pretty. I don't think you can go into it very deep or anything. This would be a nice little meditation room and kind of waste a space in your house or whatever. But all right, so there's blood on this side. Oh, hey, here's the cat again. Knowing your shadow can greatly help you, but be ready to see what you'd rather not be. You say so. So I think now is when we start getting chased by another enemy. This is kind of a short-lived little segment. Okay, let's go. So we're going through this door. Yeah. So slowly there should be a like wall of death that moves in on us. I really don't want to just get pressed by it. Maybe we'll go into the next room before I show it off. Maybe let it get a little speed on us or something. I just don't want to get like suddenly and completely killed by it is all. Oh, there it comes. So it's like a little wall of death that chases you. The cat kind of implies that would somehow like help you. Like this is almost like therapeutic. Like if you overcome this, like, I don't know, Again, I'm doing just what I was bitching about, which was like reading too much into it. Honestly, this is like just like a game where you want to have fun. It's why some of the things that like I don't think who was the other person? I don't think it was Kira, but like, oh boy, are we like really fucked here? No, whew. I'm glad we had it out there. I can't remember who the other dev was, but like they put like a lot of seriousness into their games, and then all of like the endings and like very serious plot points. They're like, you know, bleh, like that little GIF or whatever of that anime person. I don't know what I'm even trying to say at this point. I'm just kind of. These rooms are not very difficult, but the imposition of a giant wall of flesh moving towards you, very Terraria-esque and nerve-wracking to say the least. There's different things that kind of flash on the wall around here. Generally, though, if we're going forward, that's progress. So, damn, I hope that I don't get eaten by that wall of flesh. Not a big Terraria fan. I liked watching my friend play it, but then, like, I don't know, he was playing it a little too much. He got kind of obsessed with it. Terraria and Stardew Valley kind of fall into the same category in my mind a little bit. In the original game, I don't think that the rooms actually ticked up as you went through them. Thankfully, in the remake here, you will notice as I continue through this room, despite us being chased, they do tick up. Wow, this is a segment that's sort of outliving its welcome a little bit, overstaying its welcome. That's the word we're looking for. Maybe 450? No, thank God, 441. And I think that is our challenge for this area. Now, let's see. I do kind of... Ooh, let's read this note first. In order to survive this house, I need to keep writing notes. I must do everything a central protagonist would and hope this is one of those stories. Insert obscure horror reference that no one gets and misinterprets as instructions somehow. I wonder if that was an issue that either of these creators actually... had while developing any of their games, and they're like, "Oh, I tried to make like a reference to Friday the 13th, and people thought it was a puzzle hint or something." Anyway, we were talking about Cabin in the Woods earlier. I really like Cabin in the Woods, and that's how this game kind of reminds me of a little bit. Cabin in the Woods is like about these. Oh, fucking son of a bitch! Of course, we get this guy on the rotation again. Cabin in the Woods is like about it feels like just like it's going to be like a normal like slasher film about like people getting killed by like, you know, monsters out in the woods or whatever, like a cabin in the woods. But apparently it's like a ritual that is like orchestrated by like governments all across the world, all in tandem with one another. I forget if it's like every year they have to do it or every couple of years, but apparently like the like these deity gods like are only appeased whenever like people are killed in specific ways that are always determined every year. Like I remember one of them is like these kids have to do like some kind of like a weird ritual with like a frog in China or something like that. And then in like America anyway, it's pretty much always like a slasher film that has to be undertaken, but it has like sometimes like it's a slasher film, and sometimes it's meant to be like oh boy, that door does not open. Sometimes it's a slasher film. Sometimes it's just like a space thing. Sometimes it's like they're killed by like giant like animal monsters. Sometimes it's like zombies, and regardless, they have like this facility that's like has tons and tons of those monsters in them, and that's what this reminds me of, is like a facility that's pretty like this mansion, as best as I'm able to tell, is just well, the continuity gets all kinds of turned around and stuff in this game. We're going to talk about the story a little bit. They do, honestly, a little bit of retconning in it, which is a little bit lame, but whatever. At least I feel like this game has like an ending to it. So, all right, we're going to forward. Nope, that's not right. How about left? All right, left again. Left again. Damn it, 2 lefts. How about 2 lefts and a right? That's my new band. Okay, 2 lefts and a right and a forward. Hey, we made it. Okay, so we're room 468. Damn, we are flying. We'll be at room 500 before you know it. But I liked Cabin in the Woods. I highly recommend watching that. I always thought the ending of it was real cool, where like they like these people who are supposed to be murdered by the monsters in that movie. They like break out and unleash the monsters on like the facility that's supposed to house them. So I always think that kind of vibe is cool. Reminds me of a little bit, once again, like SCP Containment Breach-ish. We were talking about like Kira's stories and stuff like that. I've always wanted to cover Bayagatoth, and I feel like that's kind of an untapped market. Like, people would probably be really interested in a video like that. I just don't know how much I want to say about it. And a lot of Akuma Kira's like story and lore and stuff, like the important drops for it are from like just stuff that they've said one timely, like on a stream from like 10 years ago. Kira will be like, oh yeah, and this guy gets his powers from picking his nose or some shit like that. And then it's like, when you're covering somebody like that, it's like, hey, didn't you know that Akuma Kira said this guy gets his powers from picking his nose and not a giant orb 500 feet under the ground, or 500 miles under the ground? I don't know. I'm just talking just to talk. I mean, we're playing one of their games after all. We might as well talk about them. Oh shit, there comes the ghost lady. I got a feeling this ghost girl was a bit of a problem child. I don't know. I shouldn't cast aspersions like that, considering that they apparently were like kidnapped or disappeared or some shit like that. That kind of vibe also strikes me as another Masao type deal. I don't remember much of the story of Masao, and we're not going to talk about it for very long as a result, but I can't remember if they were like bullied and killed themselves, or if the idea was that they were like, I can't remember. That and like Corpse Party, those kind of fall into the same little groove in my brain that is basically not where trash quality goes, but just like where everything like kind of ends up. That's like, I don't know. I accidentally implied that game was garbage. Whoops, I'll just stop talking about it. Another RPG Maker game is what we were just talking about there in Masao. But the music has stopped. We're almost to room 500. Oh yeah, I almost forgot what our fucking little gift is. It is a very funny gift. I like it a lot. I think, yeah, we're in a spider room. Oh, and oh god, he's right behind me. I thought he had me for sure. I really don't like these long rooms. That spider has a very good centipede has a very good chance of catching up to me in a room like that. I'm kind of surprised with infectious bites that we don't die pretty quickly from that. Now, granted, I think given its speed is probably why we given its speed is why like it deals so little damage. Spooky's like, hey, you just keep on going, huh? Well, the next door has been fixed up for you, so we have to go through that door. We can't go through the out of order. Password for room 500, if you want to teleport here for whatever reason, be quickly taken here, is cheese. I think the original game had a save function. I can't remember, but I don't. As a result, I don't know why this game has cheats. It's going to make my life a hell of a lot easier whenever I go to do the bad ending of this game, because we're going to do the good ending first, and I'll explain what that entails whenever we even have the ability to manipulate it. Speaking of things we have the ability to manipulate, look at the top of the screen there. We're back in room 53. 54 now, though, I suppose. Yeah, it's just so dry. I'm constantly like taking a break to sip soda and stuff like that. I guess I've got my water here too, but I don't know why. Whenever I sit down to play one of these games, especially a horror game, I just like to have a little soda. This evening, it's usually a toss-up between Dr. Pepper and Coca-Cola. This evening, we are sipping on some Coca-Cola. I should have went Dr. Pepper, though. I need something grittier. Speaking of gritty, we've got this horrible ass enemy, the Mask Maker. I miss kind of the old creepypastas a little bit. Not that they don't kind of make new creepypastas and shit. Oh my god, am I getting... Wait a minute. Okay, so this is just supposed to be the Spectre room. I wonder if I like... Oh, yeah, you know what, we can read that. Error, and then a bunch of other bullshit. Cannot release twice. Exit through express. So we get like a little expressway door here. Express tunnel. Shame we can't take one of these all the way to room 1000, huh? Well, I guess I shouldn't spoiler that. We don't know where we're going to get it let out. Room 511. So it does keep ticking up the rooms, thankfully. I don't know if you would be able to like completely restart like that. Hopefully not, is my hope. Hopefully not. You wouldn't be able to just go through the room like normal, and you would end up like way back. Hey, the Five Nights at Freddy's room. End up way back on room 50, but I don't know. It wouldn't be the cheekiest thing I've ever seen a dev do. So, wow. I kind of had we were talking about like just different little sodas and stuff. I was saying I kind of miss creepypastas a little bit. Like there's some old favorites of mine that I like reading. A friend of mine is absolutely obsessed with the Dogscape. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but I believe the idea is like the world just suddenly turns into like dog DNA, sort of like I don't know. They have like giant dog mouse that are like eating people. It's so fucking dumb. I hate that creepypasta so much. And he is just like absolutely obsessed with it. Lovely. We've got another one of these fucking rooms again. Not only does that mean new rolls on the doors to be unlocked, new him jumping out at us. I'm getting at least used to it. I hate this room so much. I sort of feel like it would be my guess that this kind of area like kills speedruns for people. I just don't like how loud that guy is. He spooks me every time that I see him. At least I've gotten used to it. Like he's only going to show up in the same place every time, so that's good. I never have to worry about like, I don't know, like he's never going to be like, oh, right around the corner and he's gotcha. I never understood exactly what happened with Silent Hill PT. Wasn't it like a thing where the original, like the creator wanted to do something specific with it, but like the game dev studio was like, no, I don't really feel like it. And then they were like, okay, well, we're at a stalemate then. If you're not going to do what I want to do, I'm not going to do what you want to do. And they're like, bet, we're done making Silent Hill games for a minute. And I also can't remember the guy who made Silent Hill, like the games and stuff like that. Now, I'd already said before that my favorite of all time is Silent Hill Homecoming. I think the reason for that is because it released at the time that like I was just kind of getting into Silent Hill games or whatever. Like I had just hit the age to like start watching YouTube and stuff, and like, you know, they were like, new Silent Hill game coming out. And I was like, okay, cool, let's watch somebody play this. And I watched somebody play Silent Hill Homecoming. And I remember thinking it's like a really good story. I like the storytelling. I like the way that they do Silent Hill in that one a little bit. Oh, great. We're being chased once again by the little centipede monster. Wow. It feels like, I guess any of those rooms like where we got hella loops for like a minute, like the, what was it? The Silent Hill PT room like we were just talking about. Oh shit! I'm having another thought. Oh, that's bad. I want to talk about Resident Evil 7 all of a sudden. Now that we're talking about Silent Hill and shit, but wow. All I want to say is like it feels like these 40 rooms have been the longest 40 rooms yet. Honestly, no. What I wanted to talk about with Resident Evil 7, and I'm probably going to talk about it whenever I go to play through that game again. But do you remember whenever that game was like initially being marketed and the demo came out and stuff, and it was going for like a way like more of like a Ghost vibe than anything? Like it wasn't going to be like about like the mold, and well, I mean it was going to obviously have the Baker family in it and stuff, but do you remember whenever it was like leaned way heavier into like being about like ghosts and shit? The demo or whatever had like where Mia would, and this is like a spoiler for the demo, so I you know, if you haven't played Resident Evil 7 yet, you're waiting on Requiem. This isn't necessarily a spoiler for 7, but anyway, so Mia like is, oh shit, we're in a new area, cool. Mia is like a ghost throughout the demo of that like several different times, and I was like, oh shit, it's gonna be like a ghost type deal, that's kind of cool, but they ended up not going that direction with it. So we're in like a cabin. Oh, yep, and then there are these deer. The deer will, like, attack you. I don't think they're, like, too deadly. You definitely don't want to get super caught by them or anything. I'm looking for notes, because I know there are notes around here. I don't know what they are, but those are definitely not deer. I tried sneaking up on one the other day to kill for food, but it saw me as soon as I got close. I was barely able to get away from the thing. I managed to board up most of them. Hopefully I can find another way out of here. So he is apparently boarded up most of those deadly deer. So now that we have the axe, I guess we can open this door, but now that we have an axe, you can kill enemies, but don't. Okay, so here's the difference between the good and the bad ending. We now have a tool to defend ourselves. Whether or not we use it determines whether we get the good or the bad ending. For the most part, the axe is actually pretty largely useless. Like, it can kill certain enemies, sure, and it can hurt other enemies, sure. We got a key. I like the runes on these walls also. Looks pretty cool. But the axe is by and large, like, not that useful. And since it's not that useful, we can start the music here, and I believe that this eventually, like, spawns an enemy that we can look at. It doesn't hurt you or anything, but yeah, there he is. It's like just some dude who stands around or whatever. Maybe you can slow the video down, and eventually, maybe I got to be, like, moving or something too. I don't know. I don't really know. Should be, like, right about here. Yeah, see, like, maybe if I'm not, or maybe I have to be in, like, even a particular spot. Like, let's go a little bit forward, back, forward. I don't know. But anyway, here's what he is. Here's what he looks like. You can slow it down and get a look at him. He's just like a black figure. Maybe Carol will expand on that in the future, because we're going to be talking a little bit about an upcoming enemy. I forget what it's called. It's like Specimen 8 or some shit like that. Oh, there he comes down the hallway now. So this is a character that actually is in a couple of Akuma Kira's games at this point. It's in this game as, like, an enemy that obviously chases you. It's in Lost in Vivo, and then the bonus tapes from that same game. He's, like, supposed to have something to do with this greater, like, entity that is, like, overarching throughout Akuma Kira's games. It's kind of like, wow, I'm trying to think of that guy's name. He's like a big writer. He wrote It. Stephen King, that's right. It's kind of like Stephen King a little bit, how, like, Stephen King has, like, these overarching, like, themes or whatever throughout, like, his movies and books and stuff. This is one of them, which is, like, this creature is, like, a follower of some kind of oh shit, easy there. I didn't talk about this guy's, maybe I should talk about this guy's, like, big, like, kind of move. So obviously he's slow moving towards you. If you break eyesight of him with like a wall, he will instantly, like, move through it. He'll, like, warp through the planes towards you. Pretty cool attack, I think, but that's how he works. So, like, if we broke eye contact, he would instantly pretty much teleport to us. He's super fast. He's like 900 times speed. Wow, it's so funny. I wish I could just keep a thread. Honestly, maybe what I need is, like, some AI program to instantly transcribe, like, what I'm talking about, so I can, like, review on my other screen here what I was talking about in real time. I think that's a good use of, maybe, like, auto dictation software is a better idea than AI. Well, I still haven't died, so it appears I might be the protagonist, but I'm not entirely sure. I hope I'm not some kind of side character that leaves notes for pointless exposition. Also, I found a strange computer that gave descriptions of the monster, and it seems like they are called effective based on how many people they kill. Well, I got bad news for you, Buster Brown. It's not looking good for you on being a side character. No. I like the overarching themes of, like, Kira's games. It's just there's never anything that wraps anything up, and I'm trying to think of a game that does wrap things up, like, nicely. Honestly, all my deep dives, for the most part, people don't really wrap things up, which is kind of why I end up doing a deep dive on them instead of, like, just like a pure lore video. Okay, so how about left? How about two lefts? Okay, one left and a right. Left, right. God damn it. All right, so we got left, forward, nice, and a forward again. Hey, forward one more time. Hey, cool. So we're up to room 580. Once again, we got the map room. I feel like we've gotten a lot of drag your feet rooms, like the Silent Hill PT room. We've gotten the the map room. Oh shit, I do actually want to read a bunch of these logs. 1 second. All right, so we can enter the program. Wow, I'm way too far away to read anything. Okay, access specimen database. So I think when we left off, we had read 5, so we can read through 6 and the rest of them now. 6, physical punctures a wooden life-size puppet found floating in a reservoir where a town had once been. Ooh, he killed the whole town. Specimen is active despite appearance and has proved very effective on subjects who disregard it or have vision impairments. Kills by physical puncture. Kills 189 too. Ooh. We got specimen 7 up next. Oh, this is the wall that was moving towards us of faces and stuff. Specimen is constantly changing form and attributes depending on subject's personality, but most common form resembles a wall of moving anatomy symbols, only effective on subjects with past trauma or a history of psychological issues. And then specimen 8. Specimen 8 is the name. Absorption is how it kills. A floating figure that appeared in a test chamber a few years after it was filled with what was believed to just be unusually violent deer. Specimens seemed to engulf subjects and absorb them into its torso region. Proved extremely effective on violent subjects. All right. I'm sorry, I'm just thinking in my head here. And then number 9, this guy has killed nobody. Take the dead to take the dead to. So I believe, I can't remember if we have to be on a higher level or not, but I think we can interact with the modify house layout. If not now, then later. You have to interact with it 6 times, and then it changes number 9's entry, specimen number 9. So this should be, I think, 5 and then 6, and we'll give it 1 to grow on just in case I miscounted. One more. This might only be possible in like a higher on a higher count room. Oh, no, looks like maybe we can interact with it. So I had this trouble the last time where I couldn't interact with it for like a little bit. Yeah, I just had to press it a bunch of times. So specimen 9, it's active, it's killed 42. So this is the same specimen 9. Method various. A survivor from the experiments conducted at Unit 731. Specimen 9 was found hiding in a condemned farmhouse in Russia. Specimen 9 appears to be drawn to the dead or dead bodies and seems to be made up of a clay-like substance that changes density. So this guy was like made by atrocities at Unit 731. We'll talk about that a little bit later. I can't read the bottom text. Containment has not yet been successful for one reason or another, but specimen proves very effective against all subjects. So even though he only has 42 kills, these other ones, I'm not going to read them, but these are all based on like other Kira games or whatever. Not games, but like I guess they made Gmod maps before they made like games, and these are all pretty much for the most part from those Gmod maps. I think also maybe they made like a what do they call it? Not like a dating sim. I can't think of what the word is, but like visual novel maybe. I can't remember. You can read more about that on the wiki if you're like super interested in what those mods were and stuff. But basically those are all references to Kira's Gary's mod like works and stuff. Wow, I felt like, specimen 9. So specimen 9 is kind of interesting. Unit 731, and I'm not like super knowledgeable in this subject. I was actually listening to a I'd saved a podcast about Unit 731, and then in preparation for this game, I was like, oh shit, I should go back and listen to that podcast like while I'm getting ready for this game and stuff. And I still don't really understand like exactly the why and the where. But it was just like this place where like basically war atrocities were taking place, and I mean, just the worst that you could imagine. I wouldn't even recommend Googling it. Just imagine the worst kind of like war atrocities in like some kind of an experimental camp. Just imagine kind of like wow, I'm trying to think of like the words, like the concentration camp experiments from Nazi Germany, and then like make it as bad as possible. I will throw a sort of aside here, though. Some people do think that there had to have been at least a little bit of collusion between Nazi Germany and the people who were orchestrating Unit 731 because the experiments that they both conducted were so similar to one another. But that's not confirmed. It's just kind of a theory. And honestly, as we move further and further away from those dates... Oh, yeah, I forgot we got the axe now. As we move further and further away from those dates, it becomes... kind of harder and harder to draw. Like, we have as much evidence out there now as we'll probably ever have. GL Labs, keep a little pep in your step. I like the juxtaposition in all of these games, especially with like Kira's work. I wish Albino Moose Games had games out so I could talk about them, and that this just doesn't become like a Kira dick riding 3-4 hours. But I mean, unfortunately, I'm at least more familiar with Kira's catalog, and despite Albino Moose Games like having like several people on staff from what I saw from their website, they don't have nearly as many games out that I was able to play anyway, besides this one. So what else was I going to say? In the original game, I think most of the monsters were all like 2D kind of cutouts that moved towards you. In this game, obviously, everything is 3D. Oh, great, that room is locked. Good thing we weren't being chased by a particularly deadly monster. Oh, excuse me. Just finished off my soda here. Like I said, I think Coca-Cola is just a little bit too sweet. I think I'm going to probably take that off the rotation in my fridge because it is not... I don't know, too sweet for me. I don't want to move into Pepsi. That's way too sweet. I just want something maybe like grittier. I think I might go either maybe root beer or Dr. Pepper from here on out. I picked up a bunch of fruit the other day. I got these bananas, and they were just like ginormous. I tried for the first time to do that online grocery pickup for Walmart. Pretty damn good. So this place is kind of like a futuristic sort of setting. We'll just go ahead and turn the power on here so that we can actually see. This old place is somehow even worse than the new GL Labs. So this is the old GL Labs. Although it seems to have been constructed with a much larger budget than the new lab. Nothing works quite right. I can see why it was abandoned so quickly. So basically, this place is like, it kind of seems like a shithole, even though it has like, you know, like these doors that you can just open by getting near them and pressing them. In the original game, you could take damage from the doors, actually. So, but you can't do that anymore. So, not in this game. So yeah, we can kind of like explore around. I think we got a little bit before like an enemy comes even near us. So, let's try these doors first. I bet that's probably where we need to end up going. This room has a note in it. I like the little telepad notes. Those look cool. This facility is quite odd. Some of the equipment doesn't seem quite right, almost as if it was designed for people without hands. I think they're talking about the doors. Also, I'm not sure if it's just faulty electronics, but the power keeps fluctuating and weird noises are coming from the air ducts. I think that the idea behind this is that despite there being a lot of money in place for this place, like, you know, you would think it would have like high security and like functioning equipment, it actually does the complete opposite. The power fluctuates very randomly, and it's not very secure. Case in point, I think we're about to go through the vents here. All right, so those doors are locked down and we have to go through the vents. If you're quick enough, you can actually see a monster. I believe it's at the third intersection. Oh, we can break the bramble here. Nothing down that away. And then it's down here. You can see there's like some kind of weird monster that moves away from you. I do think it's like this monster that we're going to come up on. A couple of different people have said that they think it's a couple different things. I think it's just this future monster we're going to see. Spooky said that there were things we needed to salvage from this place. I'm starting to worry that a loose specimen may be included in that list of things for us to retrieve. The power just shut off again. Is everything broken in here? Well, hopefully the power comes back on soon enough. This feels very sister location-ish to me. I don't know what to do. I can't think well. I feel strange. I'm hiding from that thing, so there is a monster around. I feel like something is growing on my skin. I can't seem to tear it off fast enough, and I'm losing a lot of blood. If you say so. Don't even want to think about the idea of that. So I think we better read this note before we turn the power on. You have to keep it close. It becomes something else when it gets too far away, something I can't outrun. So this was an enemy I had a lot of trouble understanding. So after like the first little bit of it being, you know, spawned in, it will turn into this thing here, which just follows you very slowly and meticulously. And then if it gets too close, it will bite you. I think it has... I'm not sure, but I'm pretty certain that like if it hits you enough times, even outside of your health bar, you'll see like a little yellow effect like around my screen. Like I just wanted to demonstrate it there. You can see a yellow effect. I think if that gets too dense, you die separately from like the normal, like losing enough HP to die. But if you get too far away from this enemy, I'm not just trying to showcase it, trust me, but if you get too far away from this enemy, it will split off into like a little bug that like runs at you way quicker than you can run. And then whenever it hits you, it turns back into that thing, but it deals a lot of damage to you and it catches all the way back up with you. So it's in your best interest to keep it within a certain distance of yourself and just kind of, just keep backstepping away. Really, the only way that you could get super fucked, I guess, is if you're not really paying attention. I do think you get a soft warning with like a jump scare screen if you get a little bit too far away from him. He's got a very distinguishable. If you imagine that last areas we were in, like with his containment as like a dead space area, and you imagine him as like a dead space enemy, like a necromorph or something, then his sound effects sound very similar to like space sound effects to me. Like they sound like what I imagine that space would sound like a lot of wah wah wah, and like Star Trek sound effects basically. And as long as you like can distinguish that in your mind, then you'll know which rooms he's in. I talked about it a while back, but like really, we got a locked door there. Unfortunate. I talked about it a while back, but apparently like oftentimes really smart people are able to use, I can't remember if it's called mnemonics, but it's where like you assign like things in your brain, like other things that are similar to them. So for example, imagine that like there's like a formula that happens to spell out like a mathematical formula that spells out your grandma Gertrude's name, like with the vowels or some shit. This is really complicated. Like the vowels in Gertrude happen to be like a mathematical formula. You can remember that formula in your mind, and when you need to use it by being like, wow, I should think about my grandma Gertrude or some shit like that. Or like, let's say like you keep forgetting that like a mathematical formula again has like you cube it for the last figure, and your last sibling that you had growing up like was obsessed with the Rubik's cubes. Then you could imagine that like, okay, I got to remember in this formula the fact that everything needs to be cubed, or the very last thing needs to be cubed, and I can remember that because my sibling, my youngest sibling, used to be obsessed with Rubik's cubes. Or I remember one time they got a Rubik's cube stuck in their nose or something like that. You could probably look it up. I don't think it's mnemonics. I can't, maybe it is. I can't remember, but there's like a way that like really intelligent people like identify like moments in their lives, because it's easier to remember like moments in your lives than your life than it is to remember, say, like I don't know. How do you determine like how do you determine the surface of like a quadrilateral? A quadrilateral building, what mathematical expression do you need to like determine the surface of it? And then like for bonus points, describe what day out of the year that surface would have the most sun on it. Is like, how are you ever going to remember that? So they can like identify like points in their lives that like remind them of how to calculate that. I don't know. It's not only dumb, the thing I'm describing, it's a thing that I'm not very good at, and I'm not aware even of the name of it. So I like the paintings in Spooky's Jumpscare Mansion. I keep wanting to call it the old thing. Imagine making a game so successful years ago that you got cease and desisted by whatever the original House of Scares or whatever was. Now, oh, hey, we got this guy again. Maybe I'll be able to actually show off his attack a little bit better. Now, granted, I really don't want to die, so he'll like almost instantly TP to where like the wall ends there. So that's why I'm trying to keep some distance between him and I, like in terms of like where he'll break out of the wall. That'll keep you from getting too much damage dealt to you. I like him. He looks cool. He kind of looks like a deer god a little bit. I like the Native American folklore a little bit too. I think it's kind of cool. Like the how like now we have cryptids and stuff, like not like in America necessarily, but like in general, like Bigfoot or wow, I just had a couple other ones. The Flatwoods Monster, which I personally covered in a Mysteries Under Lake Ophelia video a while back. I think we should be able to cheese this a little bit. Just keep away from him. We're in room 628. We're making fairly good time. I do think it's cool how he rips through the like basically fabric of reality there to catch up with you. This is locked. Huh. Is there even another door around? Kind of surprised he didn't screw me there. No, that's the same. Like every entity in this game has like different death screens and stuff. He actually has a death sequence where like he takes you to this like red area, and well, that's the same red area as he rips through the fabric of reality to get to you. So, it's kind of cool. I can show off some interesting details about his little area once we actually certain specimens have like an expanded upon like area in the the dollhouse DLC at the very end of it, and he is one of those entities, so that'll be really cool. I can show off his place. There's like some pretty niche details about like his area in particular that's going to be exciting to talk about. I haven't seen anybody mention it yet, so I don't know. We'll see it once we get to it, I guess. Until then, we have fucking 350 more rooms to get through. And Karamari DLC. The hospital DLC actually isn't. I don't know. It's fine. I was really excited whenever it came out. I didn't like how. I don't know. What are you supposed to do with the story whenever you expand on it in a game like this, right? Because they just keep fucking with the continuity of this game, and I don't know. It's kind of lame in my opinion. The DLC, like, oh yeah, this is the endless hallway, I think. So like you can keep going down and down this hallway, but eventually you get trapped at the end of it and die. So I do not want to do that. Lest I have to do all 40 of these previous rooms again. Who do we got here? We got the Silent Hill monster. That's an easy enough one to get. I don't mind that one. It does turn the area really trippy looking, which I don't really have a problem with. We were talking about Silent Hill, the movies and stuff earlier. I like the first movie. I didn't watch past that. I don't like in Silent Hill whenever they do like the power of friendship or whatever, or the power of like, I don't know, like deities or whatever is like, maybe we should stick with the power of friendship, because from what I understand, like, I think that one follows like Harry, doesn't it? The fucking continuity of all the Silent Hill, because they keep like not retconning, but like it's the same way with like the Sonic games, where like they have different origin stories for the different subjects that they're trying to cover. So as far as like these, oh boy, locked door, well, we're gonna have to eat a hit. I think that one there in particular you can only take 2 hits from. So hopefully I just stop getting fucking unlucky in that room. No, they keep changing up like the origins and the continuity of the Silent Hill games, but at the same time, it's like I just talked about. I'm like, what are you supposed to do? It's the same sort of similar way as like Resident Evil keeps trying to change like their origins a little bit, and it's not my intention to just like shit on Resident Evil, but they were talking about like. It was really cool how like this disease was like originally made by like Spencer or whatever. I'm not super aware of like the canon. There was a time where I was obsessed with it. I was like reading I was like hand transcribing notes from like Resident Evil 5 into like a folder so that I could read it outside of when I was playing the game. And I was like, oh, okay, I get it now. But because 5 was probably my favorite Resident Evil game. But, so they have different stories throughout all of them, and they just keep backtracking and changing the origin. That's why I'm saying, like, I'm pretty certain that they're eventually, because the last, like, big reveal in 8, spoilers if you haven't played 8 yet, but the last big reveal was, like, the guy who's been like behind all the research and everything into like the zombie virus and stuff, or the virus that makes zombies. It turns out that he's like he like got that information from. I don't think we have any new. Do we have any new things to look at here? Let's take a look real quick before we talk about Resident Evil. We've got Specimen 10 is a new one. Oh, this thing, parasitic infections, a form-changing creature that is believed to be extraterrestrial. Okay, so it is from space, though it is not officially proven. Oh, it proved very effective on most subjects, but deemed too difficult to contain. The specimen broke out of its containment area due to frequent electrical malfunctions, and I would say that was exactly what Spooky wanted. What was we just talking about? Oh yeah, we were talking about Resident Evil. No, in the big reveal was like apparently he got it from like this woman that he was like partnered with, and the woman was like trying to raise from the dead her daughter. I think she died from like maybe like a miscarriage or like an infant, like a SIDS kind of thing. Like yeah, her infant died. I can't remember if it was tragic or not. I really can't remember much about RE8. But she's like trying to resurrect her daughter, and as part of that, like that Spencer guy like met with her and was like, "Oh, hey, we've got this big." It's revealed that there's like this thing that they're calling the megamycete, which is just like this huge parasitic or like black mold looking thing. But I'm telling you, I bet that motherfucker's from space, and I bet that's where they're gonna go with it too. I'm not looking forward to it, but it's going to be one of those like, hey, when you're right kind of things. Because, I mean, what other kind of big reveal can they do? I've heard a lot of people saying that this new Resident Evil Requiem, they're going to like kill Leon. And if they do, like, I hope they do it in a cool way. Like Leon gets to go out, like actually half decent and not on some lame shit. But I would be kind of okay with the story coming to a close. Stories that just go on forever and ever fall into a very like, you know, Batman-esque type of outlook on the thing where it's like you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain. So you've got all these games from like years ago, right? Where, like, you know, they didn't get as many sequels as they probably should have, or like that people feel they should have, but they were still knockout games. I'm thinking like Jack and Dexter. I'm thinking like Sly. I'm thinking, what are some other like just 1, 2, 3 handers that didn't get expanded upon? But, you know, just these games that only had like 2 or 3 games, but people wanted them to have a lot. It's like, you know, kind of where would the story have gone from there? I mean, it was already a really good story. You know, how much further could it really be expanded upon? And then you start getting into, like me anyway, I really just don't care for like whatever Silent Hill is really doing these days. I guess I hope that they keep remaking the Silent Hills. From what I understand, people generally like 2. And, you know, I always like it whenever like my games get remade and stuff like that. Like I just played The Thing here recently, and that was like a really cool game that got remastered. So I'm glad whenever my games get remastered. I should be glad whenever other people's games do too. I just don't personally care for Silent Hill 2. Hopefully this isn't too jarring, me kind of peeking back and forth to see the Puppet Man. This is another character that gets expanded on in the DLC, not necessarily with like more story or lore, but like you know, his gameplay a little bit, and he gets like an arena similar to that Specimen 8 that we saw earlier. And then originally the school ghost girl, the ghost school girl maybe, she had a wow, it sounds like whenever they play like a random background audio file, it's always like so jarring at first. No, they had the Ghost Girl and the original Spooky's Jumpscare Mansion non-HD renovation. She had an additional chamber, but I don't know if she will in this game. I think she got replaced with a monster we have not yet seen, but we'll see soon enough here, I suppose. We have to slow down the words as I parse through them to pick the correct ones. I don't know. We're up to room 700. I said I was going to take a break on like 600. I think, honestly, what I might do, I might just beat the main game. That way I can say, like, yeah, I'm going to take a break while I get the bad ending. And I don't know if I even fully explain what the bad ending entails. So like I was saying how you can use your axe on enemies, and you haven't really seen me use it on enemies yet, but you can use it on enemies, and if you use it on enough enemies, you get enough like brutality points, and I think it's like 20, but once you hit enough enemies with it, you get the bad ending for it. So it does kind of make things easier if you actually use it. Son of a bitch, not this room again. On the bright side, he's so loud though. God damn it. I don't want to deal with this guy. Locked. I do think it's randomly like locked or unlocked. I'm not looking forward. You'll probably see me like hold my breath around every corner. He's just like so loud in my god damn it ears again. Oh man. I really don't like this room. At least, knock on wood. I would knock on wood, but that would fuck up the audio quality. It'd be loud. Knock on wood. We haven't yet had him twice in the same rotation of rooms, so that's nice. Room 694. We're so close to room 700. It's so funny. Like, my initial thing was like, okay, we'll just beat the game one good time, and then I'll go back through and get the bad ending. And now I'm literally like, do I even fucking want to do that now that we got another one of these rooms? If I never saw this room again in my life, I would be happy. Now, I never played Silent Hill PT either. Oh, thank God. We finally got out of that room. All right, we are very nearly to the next checkpoint, whatever. Oh, thank you for that, by the way. Little sign popping out at me. So, yeah, I never played Silent Hill PT. I really don't even know if I watched any videos on it. Like, maybe a couple. I just really wasn't as moved by the keep walking around in circles as other people were, evidently. Good thing we're super close to a save point. We're only 2 rooms away, and then it'll be another 50, and then we'll have our 3/4 of the way there reward for room 750. All right, 1,000 years could give you such a crick in the neck, or more in my case, like 700, and more like I just needed to go to sleep. I was getting sleepy. Oh, all right, so we're back, day 2 of recording in my book anyway. Of course, I like to release all these all at once. I don't think it's fair. Like, you want to start watching something, you should be able to see the end of it. Like, they didn't release Avengers Endgame in, 29 parts. Why should I release Spooky's Jumpscare Mansion in 29 parts? I suppose I'm comparing a masterpiece to some insane rambling and writings on the wall, I guess. 704. Now, pretty early on in one of these rooms, it's either like a 710. Oh, nay, come on, man. Are we really going to start with this? I was in such a goddamn good mood, too. Oh, you're shitting me, dog. Well, anyway, like I was saying, I was in a better mood until we got this on the rotation. Now, I was going to say, it's either like 710 or 810 or something to that effect. One of them has like a pretty early, pretty difficult enemy by my estimation. This never changes, right? Yeah, I didn't think so. Oh, brother. I just didn't want to start off with something so loud in my ear. Well, I'll tell you this, at least, Jesus, I got 2 kind of bad rooms back to back. Okay, let's go left. Damn it. Okay, let's go forward. All right, double forward, triple forward. Hey, there we go. And I think after you get it right 3 times, it gives you the exit. Whew. Oh, man. We got 2 very unlucky rooms back to back. At least, so let's say I died in room 720. At least it re-rolls those rooms, to my knowledge. At least that's how I remember it. So I wouldn't necessarily get those shitty rooms back to back. So it was 710, but this wasn't exactly what I was thinking. This place is kind of cool, I guess. I like it. It's like a little fast food themed horror. What is this? The first one tells a pretty simple story. It's about a guy. He's anxious getting a job here first, but it seemed like things are getting better. This chain's really expanding, which is weird because I heard this company was broke. Every day more and more people show up. I promise that I'm never going to eat the food here. I'm too worried about it, is what he says. The meat locker is locked. Today was a weird day. The average number of orders continues to rise as it has been, but I don't know about the number of people. Today I saw someone use the drive-thru and order a lot of food for one person. They were back 10 minutes later, and then 10 minutes later again, and then finally after like 8 times they left. He's like, maybe they have a hotel or something? Okay, I understand you're trying to justify a weird thing, but even if they have a hotel, it's like, brother, get all the food that you want in the one trip, right? The male bathroom is broken. We'll go into the ladies' bathroom. Another note on the floor. Well, I broke my one rule today. The management doesn't give out actual lunch breaks, so I can't go anywhere, and they won't allow outside food here. I mean, they actually screamed at the last customer who did that. Anyway, I had a burger. It wasn't bad. I don't feel sick. I said this before, but I had my first McDonald's burger whenever I was 21. Oh my God. Now granted, I never had like an actual hamburger, cheeseburger, Big Mac Whopper until I was just a hamburger cheese or a cheeseburger whenever I was like 12, 13, 14. And I was like, okay, these meals are pretty good. But then I had a McDonald's burger. It was all downhill from there. This is strange. I had a dream last night about this restaurant. I know I was here, but I also felt like I was in another place at the same time. Everything looked so wrong. Nothing was the right size. I kept hearing all these strange animal noises, almost like wailing. I guess I feel guilty for eating that burger the other day. That same guy who showed up and ate every 10 minutes, this time he never left the parking lot. He just got his meal, parked, ate, and then got back in line. He must have done it at least 8 times before I left. This is antiquated shoe cubbies? I don't know, though. I don't really have any young or old enough relatives to take to, like, you know, little children's, like, play areas at, like, McDonald's and shit anymore. So I don't really know. All right, so there is another note in here is why I'm trying to be so funny, even though I already found the door. There we go. Here's the note. There was a horrible accident today. At least that's what the managers are calling it. One of the other employees brought in some outside food and got into a fight with the manager about it. The employee said that the burger smelled like sulfur. I then watched the manager grab the kid's neck and shove his head onto the grill. I'm told that he's fine, but that really shook me today. Yeah, that is... I've seen managers enforce some pretty dumb policies, but never so crassly, vehemently. Maybe one of those 2 words. This is weird. I don't even know if we see the other side of this, so I don't know what that's all about, but we go around, and I think there's like only 3 parts to this. Let's go to the right side first. I think this is a dead end. I'm leaving. I fell asleep in my car today after eating one of those burgers, and I remember brief flashes of a man or animal coming toward me and feeling like some huge lumbering thing was welling from deep underground as I continued eating. When I woke up, I was fine. I veered off the road. I might be having an allergic reaction to some preservative, but this is my last day. Pretty basic story there, but I don't understand maybe if it's trying, not like a parable, like it's not like trying to tell like an old school story in a new way, but I don't get like, I don't know, I still don't really know what the meals are made out of. Is it like some kind of weird spice that's basically like a hallucinogenic sort of thing, or is it like just humans again? Whatever. Alright, so we got a key, and I believe that one is to the, I can't remember what that one's to. I think it's to the storage locker. Let's go back. Fuck it. I mean, and look, it's not going to hurt anything. So I thought it said that whenever we got to the meat locker, what the key was for. But all right. So we're going to be coming up on our enemy soon enough. Next enemy. We got the key. This one's to the exit. As we leave, we should run into... Yeah, there he is. He comes out of the wall. That's what I thought. Okay. He can go through walls. He's very persistent. In this area specifically, obviously, like this area is all like interconnected. But whenever we go through stuff like this, he can just go through walls. He's, like I said, just very, I don't know, not slow and steady wins the race. He can also make the doors disappear. So hopefully you've been keeping track of where the doors are in the rooms. I do think if you're like having one hell of a time, like they will briefly reappear. Like, Jesus, I saw the door disappear and it jumped at me. I can't believe I actually jumped at that. I couldn't imagine he's going to chase us for too long. I mean, probably by like room 740. Yeah, like right here, I'd be like, where the fuck is the door? I was about to say, I think he's done chasing us. Not even the 740. He only chased us for 10 rooms. I'm kind of surprised. Although... my battery is full, even though they wanted me to grind my gears there a little bit at the beginning with another one of those Silent Hill PT rooms. I'm trying not to talk about Silent Hill too much because I was re-looking at the Dollhouse DLC, and that is pretty much just straight like Silent Hill, so I'm trying not to, I don't know, spin. Well, I already said use the analogy spin my wheels as far as, you know, we just got back from room 700 or whatever. This would be like pretty upsetting, I guess, if like you died at this point. But I didn't really have that trouble. Last time I played, I didn't die at all. Uniquely, if you died to Specimen 9, his Specimen death counter counts up on you, so that's kind of cool. I don't know that happens with any of the other specimens. And just to remind you, that is the Unit 731 guy. He's made out of clay. He's red. We haven't yet ran into him. What enemy is fucking this? Is this the... Yeah, okay. At least I like this guy. He's cool. Oh, whoa. I don't know why he was getting the speed boost there. He definitely didn't deserve it. Oh, man. It's so trippy whenever I look back and I get TP'd right into the same room that's just the same room backwards, if that makes any sense. Oh, and he does get he can float across floors joint too. Interesting. Let's see. What are we going to hope? Left side? Hey, I lucked out. It's kind of cool. I might show this off. I can't remember if I already showed this or not, but once he gets so close, his cloak opens up. I don't know if you noticed that earlier or not. Whoa. And then, like, his body's made out of skulls. You can see that better. Not really so well with the film grain that's over top of this footage whenever he's chasing you. But you can see it a lot better whenever, like, if you were to actually go to the wiki page and look at this character. Because, like I said, they originally were like 2D models, and I believe that they just like, chased you on a 3D plane. This here, they've got all new 3D models in this version of the game, so that's cool. I always like that. I think this game has been out maybe since 2020. I can't remember. This game, the last update it got was like a year ago or so. And I think it had to do with, I don't know if any of you guys do Steam gaming. Son of a bitch, I'm going to have to ding. Oh, and we got a full screen jump scare. That one isn't so bad, I guess. I guess it would be bad if I was maybe more fatigued. I don't know how many of you guys do PC gaming and Steam at that, but there was like I guess some kind of like a Unity, like security, like vulnerability. I don't even know. I probably should have looked up a video of it so that I could explain it to my friends and stuff. But a whole bunch of, like, pretty much every game that I owned and had installed at the time, like, all got an update. So, hey, cool. So we got an axe, and she's congratulating us. Well, congratulations. You're just about there, I think they say. I do think it's cool. There's an invisible wall here, which you can confirm with your axe. So she gives us unlimited stamina. It'll never ever run out. Now, the reason it won't run out is because we can't use it. I'm pressing the run button. That's not working. On the bright side, I can still use the axe. So, but yeah, this lasts for a couple rooms. You can see our bar is purple now. I also think, I can't confirm this because I'm not Mr. Know-It-All. But I don't think you can be chased at the same time. If you can, that would be extremely unlucky, and at least we have a save point 3 rooms back, but no, that would be majorly unlucky. I like this room with the little window here. Yeah, because now we're on the upper part of it. Interesting. Which, yeah, we're still in that. Like, I don't know. We just got a weird roll to be in, like, the same room several dozen times. Huh. Okay. Or not several dozen. I'm not so dumb. I am dumb, but not in that way, at least. Like half a dozen times we get the same room back to back to back. Yeah, I like the paintings. I don't know. Oh, hey, here's a note. Let's see what it says. I think the effectiveness of the specimens is also somehow related to the souls of the people they kill somehow. Anyway, I'm still alive and strong, but I feel the inmost cave of my journey lies ahead. I've never heard that term before. I wonder what the antagonists will look like. I hope they're cute. Now what fucking enemy was that? I think that was just another. It's so funny. They're like, Jarvan, every 30, 40 rooms, play a weird ass sound effect, please. Can I break these? I know you can break the brain room one, but I just wasn't sure if you could break that one or not. And we're back in this fucking room again. What was I even talking about before the weird sound effect? I don't know. Hopefully nothing important. Hey, it's the Five Nights at Freddy's room again. I'm surprised they didn't even at least put cameras in that room, but I kind of, maybe that would have been too tongue in the cheek. I think Five Nights at Freddy's 2, the movie, came out not too long ago. This is the endless hallway, so, well, maybe I'll check this for a note just to see if there's any note. No. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 came out not that long ago. Oh, I was talking about how pretty these paintings were. That one there I don't really like so much. This one here is kind of pretty. This is kind of dumb, but I bought my mom for Christmas years ago. This was, I don't know, it was probably like 12, 13, 14. I bought my mom Starry Night, and she was like, oh, this is beautiful, thank you, and everything. But I never kind of thought how dumb it was to get your mom just like a replica of Starry Night before. All right, access specimen database. I don't super remember which one we ended up on. Let's go down to 10, I think was the last one. Yeah, so that was that guy. Okay, we have only got 2 more since then. A floating red figure that was found inside a secret area below a large abandoned corporate office once owned by a restaurant franchise. Oh, the specimen is extremely violent and also seems to leave the house at will despite various containment methods. Victims vanish on contact with specimen, but sometimes remains of the victims have been found inside the testing chamber. Oh, proved not effective as victims' souls do not remain after contact. Oh, so he probably eats their souls in a certain way. This is an upcoming enemy. An old Victorian mansion that seems to build itself around its environment. The specimen sometimes chooses a host to possess and uses them to attack the subjects with various means depending on the host's characteristics. Not much is known about the origin of the mansion, but signs occasionally show an earlier massacre. Proved very effective, but varies itself too often to be a reliable method of extraction. It proved very effective, but varies itself too often to be... Okay. I think what that's saying is that, it does a good job at killing people. Pretty much does it every time, but, it's not very consistent in even people even running into it, I would guess. So that would mean that even the people who are studying this place, or GL Labs, who are in charge of most of the experiments here and setting people up to die and stuff, it seems like they don't even God damn it, seems like they don't even, that door's locked good. They probably don't even know how to get around this place very well. There was another thing that was Control like that. That's in the Alan Wake-averse or whatever. I liked the first Alan Wake whenever I played it. I just thought the light and the dark contrast throughout the whole game was really pretty. I didn't understand the story. Oh, nice. We've got the ghost girl who can go through walls. Damn. The story of this game is... The story across all of Kira's games are really, really good. I don't know, though. Are people alright with non-conclusive endings? I keep wanting to be okay, I'm gonna wait till the DLC comes out, I'm gonna wait till the next game comes out, I'm gonna wait till the next game comes out, and then Kira's next game is the nose picking simulator or something like that, and I'm shit, well, that didn't tell me nothing. I guess they're doing whatever they want to do, which I never have a problem with the creator doing. I'd much rather them make they made something good once, which is good enough for me. But, they owe me anything. I don't know. I didn't mean for it to come out like that, but... Wow, we are fucking flying through these rooms now. There's the Spectre. Oh, yeah, he's got the ability to fly over... I don't know, what do they call them in other games? Hazards? I'm gonna guess right side this time. Let's hope we're right. Yes, sir. I don't know what... I think just because I couldn't see any torches on the walls is why I guessed right there. Oh, lovely. We got this kind of room back to back to back. What about these rooms? All the way to fucking the room 1000. How about it? Just this room back to back to back to back over and over again. No, I guessed wrong. All right. I'm not too worried about the Spectre, though. I'm curious if you could hit him with the X. I don't want to rack up any points at all, though, so I'm not going to test it. God damn it. I was joking earlier whenever I said I wanted this room for forever. This game, it has a funny way of screwing me. Oh, great. We got the same fucking problem again. I guess my torch strategy was not working. I do like the Ghost Girl. That one there, at least it isn't something that crawls on the ceilings and stuff and spooks you in that way. But all right, so 2 more rooms and then we get a checkpoint. Room 799. Spectre's not hard to deal with, though. At least he gave us an easy landing into room 800X. Chop till you drop. We already talked about the Dead Rising game for that. This also kind of reminds me of the elevators from, what was it? Lost in Vivo a little bit. And then, of course, there's obviously some kind of connection between Lost in Vivo and at least Specimen 8. I don't know about I can't remember what the labs were called in that game. Was it also GL Labs? Was there a reference to GL Labs? I really can't remember. Oh, we got, excuse me, we got a new round of new textures on the wall. And I don't know, just so now the walls look different, I guess was all that I was saying. I think besides the next upcoming room, or the next upcoming specimen, I think it's kind of like easy riding until the very end of the game. So, oh, I hear somebody. Oh, hey, it's the Silent Hill guy. I like that guy. He's not very imposing. I think his walls are just kind of sleepy, trippy. Honestly, if he had just relaxing music, it wouldn't be so bad. So we're in the mansion that we read about before. It supposedly can take control of their host. What is this? Wow, what a mansion. Inside another mansion. Maybe I've made it all the way to the end of the house. Maybe this is like a resting place or another entrance, perhaps. Whatever the case, I think this is a good spot to rest. Oh, come on, man. You can't stop now. You're just getting started. I like, in my brain, this is just the way my brain's set up. I don't know if it's lame or whatever, but I like to do like a sweeping kind of motion, like right to, like a counterclockwise sweeping motion. I can hear him coming down the hallway. I need to hide, but I don't know where. I now know this is not an exit or a resting place. It's just another specimen room. I think he's outside the door now. So if we go to open the door, I need to hide. We got to find a good hiding place, which is coincidentally just back here. You can move around this all that you'd like, I think. I'm going to move up to the crack so that we're able to see him as well as we can whenever he eventually comes in. Don't get tricked. Now I know you probably can't hear, but if you're going to play for yourself, listen, we heard and of course we can hear him talk, but we heard the door creak open, and he almost does like a tricky thing, or at least a segment was built to be kind of tricky. Ooh, he has a big ass scythe. Listen for the door to open for him to leave again. But yeah, the idea of this place is that it takes over people who like come into it. I don't know. They probably have to die. This is an insta-kill moment. So like if I like pop out of here and I'm like, what's up, before he leaves, he did just leave. If I pop out of here before he leaves, he will instantly kill us. Now that changes at a very specific moment, which I'll preface, because there is also a chase sequence with this guy, as there have been with all the specimens. This mansion is strange. I think the bricks and wood are actually just painted on. Everything still feels kind of fake. Also, I keep hearing movement and voices below me. Maybe other survivors are hiding down here. I don't know. I think you're being very optimistic in a place that doesn't have much optimism. The bedroom key. Okay, so all of these are locked. I think the bedroom's on the upper floor, actually, if I'm remembering right. Locked. Yep. Okay, so we'll go up, because that leads to the little kitchen area. Let's go to the right side first. Okay, so nothing in this room. If we go to leave, I need to hide. So we're going to hide once again in the closet. I guess I didn't necessarily need to show every moment in which you hide from this guy. And thankfully this doesn't, this game is actually, you can play it in VR. I wonder how interesting that would be. I guess it would be kind of fun or whatever. But, just considering the game, I'm not really a VR head, but, good thing that this isn't like connected to your mic like some games are. Oh man, I would have been in trouble from room one yapping. Spooky would have been like, "Are you interrupting me?" and then would have sent me down the hell. All right, or put me in the fucking, what's the worst room to have been in at that time? Is there something under that table? Maybe. I'll go look. Maybe if I like change my angle a little bit. No, I still think I kind of see something. No, I guess it was just a trick. Oh, hey, here's a new key. The library key. Maybe this was the bedroom that we were just in, the one that we needed to go in. I can't remember. Let's try to leave. Okay, I just wanted to test that to see if I needed to. Yeah, I can't even hide in that, so we're good. All right, I somehow managed to get away, but I don't know for how long I hear him, even when I know he's not there. What? It's like he isn't even real, but instead my own fears manifesting themselves and stalking me. So this is kind of like if we call it the Silent Hill trifecta in in this game, that would be, is there something to this? I can't remember. Got the parlor key. Can we leave? Okay, good. If we call it the Silent Hill trifecta, where the first thing that I called the Silent Hill thing, like the guy who changes the environment, and then we call this also the Silent Hill, not like necessarily area. I would almost call this more Resident Evil-y. Then, this is the second one, and we'll eventually run into the third one. The parlor key. Oh, you know what? That's with like a piano, isn't it? I didn't remember quite what a parlor was. And that's not, I must have goofed up, because we don't need to go upstairs. and it's evidently, is it this room? Yeah, okay, here we go. I think we can take a book. Oh, I hear him stomp assing around outside, so I don't even got to check the door this time. It's like real low and steady, his steps. Like very, it almost sounds like it's with the music a little bit, which would be dangerous outside of I happen to know that he's going to be here. Good thing I'm not in a situation like this, just me narrating it. Wow, we got a good shot of him carrying his scythe there. I don't know, is there a game that actually does this more on the nose than this does? I'm surprised that whenever they were looking at making this game, they didn't pull from some like real obscure shit. From what I was reading on the wiki, oh wow, that's another really good shot of him moving. Maybe like some, what was that game called? Was it called like Rule of Rose, or I don't know, like just obscure horror PS2 shit, Piglet's Adventure, I guess. I had to ask one of my friends, I was like, why is that popular? I don't understand like why that's doing numbers, but I guess apparently it just uses the same sound font as Silent Hill, which makes me wonder if it's a vibe. I didn't know this, but apparently this has one too many keys for every octave. I don't know. I'm not a music guy. I actually, Bill Clinton style, learned how to play saxophone whenever I was in middle school, and I think I could tell you what A, B, and C are on it, maybe. But besides that, no clue. Okay, so this is where things kind of take a turn for the worst. This area down here, the air is real still. I get so fucking lost down here. It isn't even funny. I'm keeping my eyes and ears out. I believe that this is where things go from insta kills like back to, here's all the bodies that he was like hearing. I have a theory. I think it's this pseudo mansion. I think it's playing with my head. I still hear him. I must find that man and kill him with the sickle I found in the forest. So now it kind of like flips. He found a sickle in the forest. We found an axe in the forest. And so like, if we would become like an entity here, we would be like somebody with an axe apparently. I'm not so good at being able to tell like where this guy comes from or anything like that. He won't be in front of us just yet. He'll be like near the exit whenever we go to leave. So, and I do think we have one more hiding segment before then, so we still have a little bit of a reprieve. Yeah, I think we need to hide. I hear him once again stomp assing around. I like how they did still air here. Like, there is a certain feeling to still air that they did very well in this room. I just haven't been able to show it off very much because I haven't really been motionless. You know what I'm saying? But the air is just kind of stuffy. It reminds me of at my grandparents' house, we have like an attic, and just that attic just never gets open. It doesn't have anything in it. They never stored anything in it. There's no reason for it. Vermin have never gotten in it, like bats or rats or anything like that. I don't think rats would ever get into it, but even to keep out the cold or like during the warm season or whatever, like, so, like summer, spring, they don't get in. Like winter to stay warm, because I think it still has heat in there, they never get in. Never had a trouble with it, but the air in there is just like so nonplussed. It just, it's like this. It's like it just stays still. It slowly moves because it's like, what it is. All right, so as we leave, we're going to get jumped by him. I'm going to try my best. I've got my controller way far away from my microphone. I'm steeling myself for this confrontation where I just have to run to the fucking ladder, and that's it. Because now we have the exit room key. All right, everybody buckle up. Oh, he was coming from behind me. I think I just went the wrong way before. I think, honestly, what I wanted to do was explore down there the last time I was here. And I was like, oh, hey, there he comes with the sickle. So the way that, I think we already talked about this, but like the way this guy works is, like people usually pick up like a weapon in their adventures, and then like once they have a weapon, they like end up in the mansion, and then once they're in the mansion, that guy kind of accosts them until you're like, wait a minute, why am I letting this guy hunt me? I should be hunting him. And then you like fight back with your weapon, and then you become the new specimen of that room. I think it was specimen 14. I also like how we encounter those numerically in order. It's not like, one of the SCP games where you might encounter SCP-173 and then 610 and then 555 and then 450, Oh, no. He is very slow, which I like, but he hits like a fucking truck. He does like screeching, which would sort of like imply that, maybe he's like going like super fast or something like that. But I mean, he's not. I think you can even outrun his running speed at your running speed. So, I don't know. I just stay far away from him as long as you're like doing the rooms correctly. You know what I mean? Like just going as quick as you can. And I think I even have shook him already. Oh, locked. Thank God I shook him already. Yeah. So then we're just kind of slow rolling, slow burning here until we hit room 900. It's a much warmer night tonight. I don't know, something about it. Now, my wood stove, I've got it rolling a little bit heavier after the other night. We got a big snowstorm that's supposed to be coming in this weekend. Oh, man, excuse me. The thing about the wood stove, though, it kind of flares up my asthma a little bit, for one, but then, two, the more important thing is it's so dry. Now, I don't have a problem with that. I prefer to stay warm and with a little bit of a stuffy nose than... Oh, hey, another no. Anything else? I just realized I never had a mentor figure, trial, or even leaving home scene. That means this story isn't following the archetypes to make me a traditional hero, which means I can be killed off. Well, it was nice for a little while, at least. That is a man who is completely in his own head. He has talked himself up and down in the same string of notes, so that's no good. He's like, yeah, I'm kind of the best. He's like, I'm a hero. I can't wait to see what the villain looks like. I hope they're cute. And then he's like, wait a minute. I'm not the hero. Anyway, thank you for that. The things jumping out of the wall. So those also count towards like your brutality count. Those things that like pop out of the walls at you, the little cardboard cutouts. Everything that you can hit should count towards it. I think there are some things that you just out and out can't hit. Like the ghost girl, I think, is one. I don't know. I remember like some easy ones that you can ding. Probably like the specter, the spider, the puppet guy is like a super easy one that you can ding because you can get him like over and over and over again. I can't remember who all can and can't be hit. Not like you can. Whoa, shit. Oh, that guy did not chase me outside of the entrance room before. Not that I haven't had it happen before in the entirety of my life, but. All right. So he is a very silently moving figure. I think it just like flashes like pig, like just animal shit like pigs, cows, maybe even being butchered and stuff like that. I'm not overly concerned about it. What do you want to say? Like room 860, he'll probably stop following us by. That's really, honestly, at this point, all we can do in this playthrough is kind of the over-under as we're running out of here. And I like nice round numbers, so that's why I always pick a number kind of like that. Now, he, of course, can move through walls, so he's got a little bit more of a oomph. He's also very quiet in comparison to like other specimens. Like, I don't even know that I'll necessarily know whenever we lose him. So, let me get like into a nice long room like this. Yep, it kind of looks like we've lost him already. So if you went under on 860, congratulations. 8 million Somalian dollars will be at your house momentarily. Just the normal arcade room. We're not 900 yet, so it doesn't really do us much good to even stop and see those rooms. Oh boy. All right, 859. I do think it's cool. So like the certain specimens will obviously be like in the same rooms every time. Like 810 is going to be that that guy with the giant scythe or whatever. What else is there? I think 710 was something. I can't even remember who the enemy at 710 was. Maybe the like demon guy with the meat and stuff. Okay, I lost my way there for a minute. Even like all of those are the same rooms, but like otherwise they're randomly generated. Now, granted, we've already talked about a little bit before. Certain rooms won't gen whenever like you're being chased. Like, I thank God won't have to deal with like the maze rooms, or like the Silent Hill PT room, while I'm being chased. I can only fucking imagine dealing with whatever that monster is at the exact same time as I'm dealing with, an enemy chasing me from behind and checking the door. Thankfully that wouldn't happen. Speaking of the Silent Hill PT room, this has been a very unlucky seed for getting that room several million times. Damn, we're still being chased by this Silent Hill guy. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. I like his look. Obviously, he looks a lot like Pyramid Head. Pyramid Head, fantastic design. Has Silent Hill ever had a mobile game? I was just thinking about it. I was like, how could they fuck up like the Pyramid Head design? And I guess by like making him like you have to buy him for 1,200 gems on a temple run style game. Because I've been like reading a little bit, I've been playing Sonic a little bit, if you've been seeing that in your feed by happen chance. And I was like reading a book on the Sonic games here lately. And the last like little chunk of it is about like the mobile gaming that they did, and I never played any Sonic mobile games, and I'm not like hard pressed to be somebody who's like I hate all mobile games they're always bad. I can't think of one that I would necessarily defend as an example of being good, but like I don't mobile game enough for me to care. But I was wondering, like, has Silent Hill ever had a mobile game? I know Dead Space did, and something like Mass Effect did years ago. Hey, another map room, cool. But, I don't know, just something I was kind of half curious about. Are we being chased by something? I thought maybe it might be the demon guy, considering how kind of quiet it is around here. And we've got 12 more rooms before we, I guess get to the next checkpoint. Okay, there we go. That's for sure something. No, it's not for sure something. I don't know what the hell's going on. It is kind of cool. The endless mode features a lot more new specimens, and I do think it even changes up some of the older specimens, so that's nice. We're just going to check one more time because I know we've got another specimen coming up, and if we got specimen 12 ahead of time, yeah, okay, so we already read that one. Nothing else to see new in the specimen room. I got really unlucky. I think I only got that terminal once in my last playthrough. So, besides the shitty Silent Hill PT rooms, at least I don't, I haven't had too bad luck on my rolls for rooms so far. I actually haven't got the puppet all that much either, and I was getting him a lot the last time I played. The puppet's just kind of annoying. I'm getting better at dealing with him. You just kind of like peek at him every couple of, seconds. Honestly, like, look forward, see where you're going, look back, see where he's at. Look forward, see where you're going, look back, see where he's at. That's unlike something like the Spectre where, like, I just happen to have his rooms ingrained into my head. Oh, how unlucky am I? But yeah, we're supposed to get a pretty bad snowstorm. I don't know. I'm not like a weatherhead, so like I know I've talked about weather a couple of times, but wow. I didn't even get any new posters this time. Come on, man. I like the cat posters, but you gotta give me something different. You know what I'm saying? So we're in room 900, which means that we don't have long. I actually think we also get a save pretty well close to the end. I think it's like 990 or something like that. So this isn't our last save before the end, thankfully. Oh, hey, new textures on the wall. I'm always a big fan of that. At least changes the decor a little bit. What do we got on the note? Day 2, food supply depleted, water supply at 30%, mental health deteriorating, leaving notes behind to help others and mark where I've been. Now, my assumption is like nobody describes themselves like this, right? Food supply depleted, water supply at 30%. I guess unless like you're a certain kind of character, but I think that's a storytelling thing. Like I don't think it's like just supposed to be, hey, forward. Damn it. Okay, how about forward and left? We'll see how that goes. God damn it. All right, forward and right. How about right one more time? Damn it. Is this one where I'm going to have to do like basically every permutation? God damn it. Yeah, pretty much. Forward, right, left, and then that should be it, right? Coolio. 904. I think we get the next and final specimen room here very soon coming up. Can't remember if it's another 910 or if we're even waiting a little bit for that. It's really cool. I actually like it a lot. It features, I think, my favorite soundtrack from the game also, and one of my favorite like kind of rooms. Okay, 9, 10. Those 10s are very unlucky numbers, ladies and gentlemen. So we won't get jumped by like anything. The first thing I want to do before all else is go get a lantern because I can't really see too much right now. Not this room. I know we got notes and stuff in here. Is it in this room? Okay, looking around. Cool, we got the lantern. Okay, cool. We got a lantern. I can actually see shit around. So we should have a note in and around here. I do like it. It's like a little fountain-ish area. I guess I thought that there might be notes around. I was wrong about that. All right, so if we go to the right, that door is broken. This door has a number lock on it, so that doesn't do me much good right now. Hopefully this is like the first room. I want to kind of start the research reports where they actually start. So, let's see. This room had a note in the very back of it, didn't it? Oh, this is something else we can look at. Excerpt 4132. And then I watched carelessly as a sea rose above the sky, casting waving shadows over the world. I saw the silhouettes of creatures both familiar and forgotten, and suddenly I found myself falling upwards towards an ocean of darkness. And then I like this painting a lot. I would have this painting in my room if I could kind of get it done. It's just like a giant wave crashing over, like, it honestly kind of looks like a tsunami a little bit. So that excerpt, we have to punch into this. I believe it was 4, 1, and then we'll go 3 and 2. Yes, sir. What number note is this? Research report 6. All right. Well, let's fucking go see if we can't find research report number 1 here real quick. And just to be quadruple, triple, double sure, there's a fucking note here. I just didn't see it. More whales are being shipped to the facility tomorrow. 1 for a health inspection and 2 that are already dead for autopsies. More and more beached whales keep appearing around those islands, and I still can't find what is causing it. So maybe they find like anomalies out in the world and then bring them here if they're deadly. Like Spooky doesn't seem to care if they're not deadly. And then they study them to see how best they can kill people with them. That's the kind of vibe I get. Whale O14D has strange small bite marks. So this is probably the one that's still alive. They appear from another smaller mammal, but the strangest thing about them is their placement. They are in even rows inside the whale's stomach, all about 5 feet from the bottom of the stomach lining. I don't know what that means unless it's like maybe the whale accidentally kind of swallowed it up and it's like eating its way out of its body. Whale O15A is still alive. Oh no, this is a different whale, but gets into fits of thrashing and is surfacing more often than natural. I think there may be a problem with its lungs, but I don't have any tools that would allow me to check it without it dying. I will have to allow it to die from whatever is causing it and then do an autopsy. So my thought about that, I was thinking like, I guess can you put a whale under and then... I guess it's always under, isn't it? That's a dumb joke. But can you put a whale under and then like look inside of it? Research report 4. So a whale will come across my screen here. Don't be spooked. He can't hurt us. He'll just come slowly. Whale 15D, this is the first of the 2 whales we've talked about, has died much sooner than I expected while I was away on holiday. I regret not being here, but I had estimated it would live much longer. The team that did the autopsy said nothing seemed to be wrong with the lungs, but the stomach had a circular hole. So he thought there was something wrong with the lungs in that one, but turns out it was something to do with its stomach. It had a circular hole about 2 feet in diameter all the way through to the outside of the whale. This pretty much confirms the parasite is the cause of death. And now we can see like this whale. It must have played a random song earlier whenever I was in this room because I couldn't see this being my favorite song for much of a good reason. But yeah, they got whales here at Spooky's Jumpscare Mansion. They got fucking everything here. They got whales, they got monsters, they got a mansion. I mean, they got Spooky. What all else could you want? You know what I'm saying? Research report 5. The research facility is now in dire need of more engineers. We have a whole block that is flooded and some vital staff are missing. Things are not going so well in my and his realm of the neighborhood. So I can't remember if this just turns on the power or lights and everything. Research report 6. I hear a girl or an animal or something singing to me, pleading that I come outside my locked room and let the sweeping waves comfort me. No, thank you. All right, so we restarted the water pumps. I guess that doesn't turn the lights on, but that's okay with me because we're kind of leaving out of here. Hey, cool, and that turned off the water in these rooms. I wonder, just out of curiosity, let's just check that whale room. Okay, so it didn't drain the water in there. Phew. I didn't want it to hurt our whale buddy, and that would have been a detail I didn't know about. All right, so this danger high water pressure room is now open to us. We can continue on forward. I do think it gets way more bright. Well, I guess brighter. So we want to hang a left here until we see a lady, I think it is. Is it this room that we're going into next? I get kind of turned around and lost in these kinds of rooms. Oh no, you know what? It is this music that was like playing earlier. Research report 7. All the staff is gone. Only I remain. For no purpose I remain here, resisting the call from behind the sealed door. But I will remain as long as I can. Don't open that door. So he's like kind of last standing, you know, this like siren-ish character. He's like, no, I'm not going to fall for it. I'm not going to fall for it. And you know, I don't know what happens to him. He probably just starves or dies or something to that effect. Okay. Well, if that's locked, I really don't know what the move is here. That's broken. Was there another door on this side? All right. Well, now I just plumb don't have any fucking idea. I guess maybe I'll just... I don't think there was like a key on any of these, was there? Maybe in the opposite one. So the vibe that they're going for here is quite clearly... wow, I played an Amnesia, like an Amnesia kind of vibe. Hey, there is a key there. With the lanterns and then like this, well, you'll see what kind of segment we're getting ready to get ourselves into. But we hold the left side here and we can kind of see there's like a mermaidish looking character. I was thinking about it and it was like, yeah, we already got hit. So if you remember from Amnesia, this character operates very similarly. I might have to move because I think I got her kind of bugged right now. Let me get off of that. There we go. Wow, it's maybe just the AI in here is not going very well for me. Okay, now it's finally gotten freed up, I think. No, it's still right on top of us. All right, well, let me see if I can't find the exit to this place quickly. And then that should straighten up our AI. So yeah, it's again the same thing, like where it just kind of drifts otherwise. Like it will kind of come nearish you and then like kind of pace around a little bit and everything and, you know, like look for you. It's like, oh, where was that movement I just had? No, I was thinking about, I was like, you know, who would ever fall for a siren? That's like something I always thought as a little kid. I'm like, if you just hear music, just don't go to them. But like some woman, like, yeah, the waters are nice out here. Like you should, you know, just jump into like this big, like the sea. Now the sea would be hard to convince me if I was a sailor, I guess. But I don't know. I'm just saying that maybe I'm weak to temptresses, oceanic temptresses at least. Now, I hear it like sort of behind me. I'm trying to make the best out of these rooms. If you get on top of like actual things that you can like run on and stuff, like the boxes or like the platforms and shit, you can get a lot more distance. Like she's constantly kind of chasing me whenever I get into these rooms, and like this here I ran completely out of sprint, so there's really no reason for me to like sit here and like try my best to even make it to the next area. Yeah, this was maybe even a little bit overreaching. And you want to make sure that you're kind of square on these boxes, because if you're like off to the side even a little bit, she can still kind of grab you, like hit you. But yeah, this was something, I think that this is almost, considering the lantern and stuff, I'm pretty sure that this is almost a direct like one-to-one reference of Amnesia. Now, here's my question, and I don't remember this. Oh, we can hit the water control pump. This drains the water that's coming up ahead of us. Unfortunately, this never makes it so that either A, we can see the siren again, breaking my heart, or B, like so that we don't have a like an enemy that's around constantly. Room 920. Now, here's my question. Was Amnesia initially made by like a big company? Are they a big company now? Did Amnesia make them become a big company? These are all the questions that I have. I probably should have answered during my Amnesia playthrough. I didn't like wholesale get like bored of it or whatever, but the next game I just have zero knowledge of, and so I'm like, it's kind of imposing, like thinking like, I'm gonna have to learn all about this game. So that's why I haven't, like I did the first couple Amnesias, and now I think we're waiting on Rebirth. Like whenever I'm in the mood to play Rebirth, I'll play Rebirth. All right, we're kind of flying through these rooms. I remember this area like wildly outstaying its welcome in my opinion. So that's why I'm kind of like, making an effort to go through it as really quickly as I possibly can. I happen to know like some of the pathing as far as like, being quick. Wow, this is the music that started playing whenever I saw the whale from before. I think it's just so fucking pretty. It's a really nice song. I'm probably gonna get dinged. Nope, I didn't get dinged, luckily. It's just like so melancholy. It's not even really scary. It's just kind of. It's not sad. It's kind of the way I feel like with a lot of the sadder. Now, where the hell is it by my feet? No, it left. It fucked off. It's the way I feel about like the Red Strings Club OST. It's the way I feel about like some of the sadder Valhalla lines or music from that game. Like if you ever played Valhalla and you're like, I don't know, it's an upbeat game for the most part, but like some of the sadder ones. If you guys are aware of Deconstruct Team, the indie team, I need to play the Red Strings Club really, really bad. But every time that I like fire it back up, I'm like, oh, I forgot about the quizzes. God damn. Because they're quizzes. And now that I got another monitor, it would be a little bit easier because at least I could have the quiz answers up. And the reason, it's like, why would you even play a game if you're just going to have a guide up? Well, it like cuts some it blocks you from some content if you don't do the quizzes like 100% accurately. So, I just kind of I would like to maybe guess the answer myself first and then see if I got it right before the game confirms it or denies it. Because the way the quizzes in that game work, I'm not going to talk about that game for very long, but like it's like 10 questions and they're all like, yes, no questions or like, like A, B answers. And was her bonnet like blue or red? They're not that easy, but and then you have to like answer it or whatever. Oh, I'm going to get hella dinged here. Was her bonnet blue or red? And you have to like, answer it correctly in order to I think you actually have to get like a 90% to get the reward. And great, we got dinged again. I think I got on a very unlucky side. At least I can wait for my HP to refill. And I don't know. I just want the extra rewards in that game. It's not like gameplay rewards. Well, it is a little bit. It helps you out a little bit, but it's like, meeting new characters and stuff. So, but anyway, Deconstruct Team, that's the people who made that game, and Gods Will Be Watching. Two very good games. I haven't really played any of their other games. I'm like aware of a couple of them. I'm aware of like the Sisterhood Spinners, whatever. I don't know. That one's like a tarot card reading game or some shit like that. I'm not a tarot card guy. Maybe like once in a blue moon. Like I think it's a fun little novelty, but I'm getting way away from the point. The person, it's a lady. She does the music for that game called Fingerspit, and holy shit, she is really, really fucking talented. I mean, that's all I'm probably going to be doing during Red Strings Club is like talking about the piano music and how beautiful it is. Do you think this area has outstayed its welcome yet? What do we want to say? Room 950? It surely has to be room 950 by the time we'll get out of here, right? But I'm trying to think, like, Kira has, like, I can't remember if it's Jared. Yeah, I think it's Jared Christ does the music for a lot of their games. I don't know necessarily about this song in particular or, like, this game in particular. But Kira has, like, Jared Christ do a lot of the music that I really like. I think there's another guy called, like, Thor in High Heels that makes some tracks that I like in, like, Lunacid specifically. I can't remember. There's... Bulimic is probably my favorite track from Lost in Vivo. Oh, I don't know. I think Lunacid has a lot of really good tracks, but if I had to like pick one, whichever song plays whenever you're in the library is probably my favorite song. This is probably my favorite song from Spooky's Jumpscare Mansion. That's like melancholic music, and so I like those guys for what I was saying was like I wanted to name like actual really good like music people in the indie game scene. So we got Fingerspit. I wonder if they take commissions, and I also wonder if it's like very expensive to get a commission from them for like a song, because I don't know. I think about that sometimes. I do like to commission artists. I got the profile picture for my YouTube done by a guy who made like really cool Sonic the Hedgehog artwork that I liked. I think he also did albums for maybe like Metallica, like fan recreated albums and stuff. His name was Art Vader. That's right. Art Vader did the profile picture for this for my YouTube, and I liked what he made. I've never had anybody commission anything else. Well, I have my thumbnails done by somebody, I guess, but I never had like art or music or any kind of like materials commissioned before. Thank God. 9:47. We're out of there. I can stop talking about bullshit. I don't know, but I think about like, you know, how much good would that even do for anything? Like sometimes I think it would be nice to have different like I could do like announcements if I had different kind of art of my character, my Dr. Dirk Dr. Dirk Sona. But then I could be like, you know, hey, here's a new announcement with like a new kind of look for my character or whatever. I don't know. I'm not really talking about anything. Nice. We got the Spectre. At least we got it on easy mode for a little bit. I don't like the Spectre's theme song. Maybe that's the trade-off we make there. I get an easy mode chase, but at the same time I get not so good music. So, in terms of music, I also like the Ghost Girls song, the one that kind of sounds like a national anthem a little bit. That one's good. Oh, great. Now we got a shit ton of goop pools back to back to back. I was just thinking, I was like, you know, I don't even know that besides the entrance goop, like we've ran into any of these green goop pools yet. Speaking of green goop pools, I don't know. We're getting kind of to the end of the main game, at least here. And then we'll do the Karamari Hospital. I kind of decided how I know how our initial playthrough of it's going to go, but I don't know if I should like just insta-cut for all the bad ending stuff or not. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I do kind of want to show that you can like kill most of the enemies in that game, which is kind of cool. So we have already lost the Spectre. Kind of surprised that we didn't encounter the puppet more. Like I said, the last time I played, like it was just like puppet back to back to back to back. I was like, God, give me a break, please, no more puppet. And he's like, I give my strongest soldiers the many puppets. Wow. And like I said, I do think we get a checkpoint. I think it's 30 rooms from now. No, not 30. That's way too many. 20 rooms from now or so. Great, locked. I hate this room. What are the odds of you getting a fucking locked room whenever you're playing this game, right? Like any room is a locked room. Because sometimes I felt like I've gotten it like back to back to back. No, not to end things out. Oh, come on. I hate this fucking Silent Hill PT room, bro. Please. No, that reminds me of the fucking Bill O'Reilly clip where it's like, he's like, okay, and now to play us off. And they're like, he's like, what does that even mean? And he's like, no, it's like, you know, they're going to play us like, you know, some tunes to play us off. And he's like, to play, I've never seen that before. That's never came up before. And he's like, he's like, just go ahead. He's like, God damn it. He's like, it's easy. Just go ahead. He's like, okay. And, that was, I can't remember, Spike. That was Spike. He's like, okay. And now to play us off. And he's like, okay, 3, 2, cause he has to redo it again. He's like, 3, 2, 1. He's like, okay. And now to play us off. And he's like, what's he say? He's like, this fucking thing sucks. Wow. I can't. He's like, fuck it. We'll do it live. We'll do it live. Oh man, he got so mad. That's how I feel about these fucking Silent Hill PT areas. I don't have to like pick up the note or something like that, do I? I hate this. I hate this room so much. I think the most I've ever gotten that in a run before has been 2. No, not fucking. We're on what? That was at least the 5th time, and I say at least because I can think of 5 times in my head, and I'm wondering if there's any times I've forgotten. Anyway, hopefully that comes out half decent in the editing room where it isn't like too loud for you guys. Oh, hey, and I was just talking about you, man. I was just talking about the one guy who was a pain in the ass. I didn't want to see him again. And what do you know? There he is. Nope. This is one of those straight shooter hallways. On the bright side, if we do get a reprieve at 990, I do think it's cool. He has like a different form every time that he like drops down, like a different look to him. Sometimes it's like super menacing. Sometimes it's like, hey, I just got a little needle here for you. Other times it's like he'll like hide it behind his back. He's like, oh no, me, I don't got no needle. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. At least we're getting some real short rooms to. Yeah, see, that's like a menacing one. At least we're getting some real short rooms to kind of end things off with. Okay, so must be $9.95. Oh, not $9.95. That's how much lobster is on sale for your local Walmart. Storm it now. That's how. Do you remember whenever Walmart had lobsters? I see pictures from that time occasionally, and I'm not like a guy who sits around and like, whoa, that's super imposing. I'm not a guy who sits around and like just waxes nostalgic like constantly. I don't think like sometimes I'll talk about like, you know, I'm playing older games. I'll talk about older concepts with video games, but I don't think like I'm a guy who you know, obsesses over old shit. But like the lobster tank is like one thing about my local Walmart. Like I'm like, yeah, I guess that really happened, huh? All right. Keep a little pep in your step with some coffee. You can do it. We can help. Papa John's. I guess if you say so. Maybe Papa John's isn't a spooky entity in the Kiraverse. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'm just talking to talk. I do think coffee is in some of wow, what is that game called? It's Ukatena 64. Ukatena 64? It's been a little while since I played any of those. Somebody recommended me to play the Ukatena 64 remake, which was the original game. I don't know if they upped the graphics or whatever, but it ended up being like a little bit of an expansion to it. Now, I super like the music during the boss fight. There's a banjo boss fight that is funny as fuck. But otherwise, that was a very dull remake for a game. I don't want to, you know, I'm not hating or nothing, I don't think, but I did not care for it. Okay, so here is the exit. We cut the chains off of it, and we get to go out and into the world. Wow, how bright, how beautiful. Now, see, doesn't your local area just kind of look like this, like, mostly drawn on, kind of looks like a Bob the Builder background a little bit, maybe like a Peppa Pig background. Real nice. And we made it. We won, ladies and gentlemen. No more spooky stuff, even though we're hitting the wall there. Wow, how serene. The music here is really nice. And it was just like that. I can't keep the we won facade up for forever. Please, can we move this along? Vista Sky, fatal error. Fake Sky screensaver has been disabled. I'm sorry? And there is Spooky. And she's like, well, you made it. Congratulations. Oh, hey, we can actually kind of see with the blur and stuff, like where the walls are. She's like telling us like, you know, like a congratulations. You must pass one final test to prove because she hears like a growling, and she's like, hey, you have to pass one final test. It's take care of this guy. So that's what we're gonna do, is take care of this guy. Now look at the dialogue at the bottom of the screen. I'm taking all those logs they keep throwing out, and I'm nailing them together. So that is that. Oh yeah, this is like an actual push these doors open, and none of these doors on our either side open. This is again where the still air is. But we look up, we got room 731. As we open that door, it like opens up the boss fight. So this again is like another reference to Unit 731, which this character was like a victim of the experiments within. To take the dead, we saw like I can't remember where we saw this referenced outside of the. Maybe the text from earlier. I was thinking for some reason whenever we had the cat earlier, we also saw it. Thankfully, this boss fight's pretty easy by my estimation. He does a pillar attack, which is more loud than anything else. The music is actually kind of loud here now all of a sudden too. You just keep strafing left and right, and then he goes to grab you with like that attack there. Then he summons these guys, and then he fires up like a big spirit bomb. and then you knock it back at him, and then once you get him down here, you just attack him as quick as you can. I think it's literally just 3 rotations of this, so I don't know that it matters how many times you attack him. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. So you keep your eyes to the ground for where the pillars are going to come out. Usually it's going to be pretty well near you. I don't know. It looks cool. I like that effect on it. It looks like fucking really sick. But yeah, there's like some storytelling to this guy, Specimen 9 and Unit 731. I'm not like historically privy enough to like tell you exactly what the implications are. God damn it, we missed the rotation. Oh, thankfully it'll attack us again. To understand like what the historical implications are or anything like that. But he was like an experiment, like some basically really bad experiments. Now he's made of clay, and if we understand that dialogue to be exact, like I think that they treated their like experimental subjects like as though they were expendable and like called them logs and stuff. In like writings that they had done about their experiments, they're like, yeah, we just had to burn a couple more logs, and of course they were burning people. So all right, so they spawns more of these guys as the fight kind of goes on. Again, more kind of clay people. But yeah, he's just basically like born of like hella atrocities, and he, as a result, becomes like this clay man that has like super powerful abilities. Kind of reminds me of like X-Men shit a little bit. So I think we only need one more like attack rotation on him, and then we win. His attacks get like more fluid. It's so funny. I remember this being like one of the first hard bosses that like I ever fought in a game, and now considering like the more difficult games that I've played in my life, I'm like, it's not that bad. Okay, so now I'm going to get a little closer so that I can hit this back with a little bit more consistency. All right, so now we just hit him a couple more times. Nice, and he's dead. And he falls down into, I don't know, dead nothingness. Whoa, how eerie. That sound effect was creepy as shit. Oh, and the ceiling falls down on top of us after we take out the specimen. And Spooky's like, well, you died in a tragic way, which means you have become a ghost. You can see like our blood splatter there, by the way. We move a little bit weirder. And now that we are a ghost, we have enough troops to invade the world. You can look around, and those same like ghost children that we saw in the school, you can see like their models down below us. And this is like a huge area that's like filled with ghosts. And she's like, no longer shall we be called cute or adorable. I don't know. That's her vibe. She's like, I hate being ignored and not taken seriously, so let's go scare everybody. I don't know. Scaring people is a lot less bad than I guess killing them. Did you really think it was going to end seriously? It's talking about, how this was kind of just a goofy ass ending. Cool. We win. 2 hours, 23 minutes generally is how long that took. Now we got to get the bad ending, so that means I'm going to plug in a cheat code, and we'll be back here in a little bit. I'll be back for the bad ending after I chop up some specimens, so I'll see you guys here directly. Alright, we should be pretty well back here with this, and I say should be because this might not end up in the footage if I haven't killed enough of the specimens. I started from room 750 and I just nicked as absolute many as I could, but I don't know. Hopefully I got enough of them. I was kind of keeping track of it, but then I wasn't sure if the spider was counting because it wasn't killing it. I do think it's actually counting because this is the bad of the 2 endings. Yeah, you can see I got the achievement for it. Cool. Watching you swing your axe around like that. So the idea is, if your soul is good enough, you become a ghost, and if it's bad enough, then you become a specimen. Ooh. Cool. So we're probably just some dude who walks around with an axe now or whatever. So that was that. That's the bad ending. We just got the good one, bad one. Apparently there's another one. Yeah, that only took me 35 minutes. Not so bad. So another thing I want to do, I want to see if this will work. So you can get another ending. It's called the joke ending. If you turn off, there's an option in the options to turn off specimens and jump scares. And I'm going to, let's see, where is it? Specimens off. excuse me, jump scares off, and supposedly that should work now. Now, the only thing that has me a little bit concerned is since I already got a save here and I have like killed specimens and stuff, maybe we should check the options just to make sure that those are still on. Yeah, jump scares and specimens off. So apparently, supposedly, whenever we get to room 1000, the idea is obviously that you've gone through the whole mansion and you haven't seen any monsters or anything. Now, if this doesn't work, I'm just gonna apparently have to cut through until another 1,000 rooms of just walking, or I might be able to get away with it by using a cheat code again, one of the cheats that drops you in like room 750 or whatever. I'm hoping that will not be an issue. I'm hoping that this goes easy peasy lemon squeezy and we're able to just get the little joke ending here. So we do still have the axe. We knock open this door. Cross your fingers, ladies and gentlemen. Please don't make me go through all 1,000. Oh my God, 1,000 rooms. Look at this shit. I don't have any control. Hey, Spooky congratulates us on doing nothing, basically. So the 1,000th room is just like a party room, and we can leave. There's the exit. We take the stairs up. And that was that. So this was a mansion filled with nothing. You escape the manor and tell everyone about its enormous empty basement, hollow corridors, and general lack of substance. No one believes you, but you live on. Somehow. I don't know if that's a joke saying like, you know, oh, you had such a horrible time walking through 1,000 rooms of nothing that like, you know, you still live on somehow. So we got both. Well, all three endings. Now it's time to do Karamari Hospital. This one, I always kind of got the vibe that this was supposed to be like some anime bullshit, but it's not really. I don't even know. I wouldn't even begin to know how to express how much of it has any anime influence at all, really. So I do have Karamari Hospital Plus. The way that this kind of works, oh hey, we got new posters on the wall. Keep your chin up, and every day is Wednesday. Good or bad? Experts are weighing in. Every day is now Wednesday. Is that good or bad? So the way that this works is it like drops us way down. The idea is like you're like right in the middle of a run is, you know, the way the DLC works. You're right in the middle of a run and then like something bad happens. That's how both of the DLC kind of works. So, here we are again at Karamari Hospital. So I think it opens up like you're going through like normal rooms. Again, you just like walk through them and then eventually we'll run into Spooky, who will direct us towards the hospital. So last we saw, we were a specimen. That's kind of cool. I guess it would be cool to be an evil-ass specimen in this place, huh? No more room counts, which is fine, because like the next one is very, or the next kind of thing that we're doing is very linear. So we end up in like what looks like an old celebration room of Spookies, and she's like, I don't know how you got down here, but I forgot that there were even rooms down here. All right, well, good luck, she says. All right, moving along. We are going to, it should be the hospital, I think, is the next room that we go into. So, you know, it's not just walking through nothingness for forever. Whoa, do I have my axe? Whatever, I'm not going to use it. I don't even think, well, technically we could get the bad ending, but I'm going to be playing this like it's our first time playing. So we save at the drinking fountain. The little radio plays some music. We can look around a little bit. Here's an intersectional bathroom. We can walk in, or I guess maybe not. The women's side is blocked off. We can go into the men's side. I'm just going to kind of explore systematically a little bit, the same way that I usually do. All of these are closed, except for this one. I don't think this normally opens in a normal playthrough. I think this thing's name is Carl. If you have the DLC weapon, you can like smack him. I think. I really don't know too much about the DLC. I was never normally by the time I got through playing the main game, I was always like so exhausted that like I would just play through the DLC one time and get the good endings in either one and call it quits. But that's not how we're doing it here in the Big 2-6. This door is locked. This computer does not work. Looks like the kind of computer that would have old games on it. I bet that'd be fun. So I'm just going to peek into every room. Some rooms there's actually stuff to see, some there aren't. I don't believe that any of the handy capable bathrooms are you're like able to go in. Oh no, those are just normal bathrooms. Sorry, I thought because of the blue icon. Anyway, moving down the hallway, we've got our first note. This is from Dr. Hamada, an oncologist. I felt really blessed whenever I had to Google what an oncologist was. It's a cancer doctor, which is kind of funny because I'm a big fan of House, and Dr. Wilson, obviously one of the main characters, is an oncologist in that. The patient has displayed increased depression after being informed of their terminal disease. I prescribed an antidepressant to regulate this, but was later told that I'd canceled the prescription. I have no memory of canceling the meds, nor can I find evidence that my orders were tampered with. So, lapse in memory there. That's intriguing. Can we go in the stairs? I want to check the other two rooms before we bother to go down here. Things just start getting spooky, and they start getting spooky kind of quickly. And I'm gonna lose control of the DLC very quickly once it starts. So have fun with that. So the way that this works is this is like an electronically sealed door, and we can't go through it. So we go to the stairs instead. Just kind of, peeking around. I don't even think we have enemies for the longest time. I think this is called the virus. We can't knock through it even with our axe, so it doesn't do us, any good to swing at it. Broken. This room is locked. This room is broken. And finally, the break room. Yeah, I mean, spooky stuff doesn't happen for like a minute in this DLC, but okay, we got the office key and another note here. This is from Nurse Tanaka, report 404. It seems we are losing patients due to surgical complications much more than normal. What have the doctors been doing? Half of these procedures seem completely unnecessary. I know the doctors and surgeons are above me and probably know many things I don't, but this is getting strange. I was talking to somebody the other day, maybe this was like a couple months ago, but I was talking about, like, to me these days, I don't know exactly the role of a doctor other than being like a super medical expert, but like nurses seem to do the roles that I always assumed doctors would do, and then like caregiver assistants do the jobs that I always figured nurses did. So it seems like everybody got kind of bumped up a grade. I don't know. Apparently there's like some kind of a medical crisis in America. I've seen those prices. That's the crisis, baby. Anyway, so the key opens up this area, which is like the office area. I wanted to read the note, not leave so early. Dr. Hamada says, this is the oncologist, it seems the other me has been giving him large doses of hallucinogens. They have worsened the depression. He's now constantly screaming and expressing terror at seemingly random intervals. I've tried using a dialysis machine to remove some of the drugs, but it seems futile. Would that even work? I don't know. I don't know anything about it. Dialysis, like what, just filters out like toxins of the body? I guess maybe like if your kidneys were the thing. I don't know. So you can take the sword here, and that's like New Game Plus. We're going to do that. It's not my intention. I have old ass saves for this game. I hate Steam Cloud saves because I think I finally have figured out how to turn them off like permanently, like where they shouldn't screw me anymore. But like, there's so many times I've been like so far through playing a game and like all of a sudden Steam's like, okay, we're going to sync it with the cloud save. Oh, you didn't want an old ass save? Like suddenly uploaded and override the new 2025 save that you're playing on? That's too bad. All right. So electronically sealed, that's our quick access through that to that way. Deformity wing, that looks fake. So the door looks fake there. Yes, we've got the maintenance key now. I was like, what am I even doing? All right, so saving and moving along. These paintings are nice. I do like the aesthetic of hospitals a lot. Whenever I was a kid, I went to the doctor a lot, and I remember liking the vibe of like waiting rooms and stuff a little bit. Not the waiting. The waiting's boring as fuck, but the look of it's very pretty. So the maintenance room. In the maintenance room, we have this gen that we can power down. Whenever we power it down, I forget if enemies become active yet or not. I don't think we have any enemies just yet. I think the first enemy we get's a very basic, like, walking enemy towards us. But now that we have it looked weird there for a minute. Now that we have powered things down, it's very dark, of course, and the electronic seals on these doors have been open. Okay, so this room, very bloody. X-rays on the wall. Don't really want to be in that room for much longer. This is a guy, he stands kind of motionless for a long time until he starts moving. I suppose that's how all things are, huh? This room's kind of scary. I guess it's more loud than anything. But that's it. It's just some guy yelling for help. There's a blood red tree there painting, in contrast to what I think was earlier, like a regular tree painting. You can sit here and you'll like have hallucinations and stuff. It's like connected. You can get a unique death here in the what is it? The New Game Plus. So we'll read this note first. Dr. Kanagawa, the hematologist. I assume this was a blood doctor. The patient did not recover from the blood loss. I feel like there is a monster inside my head and it's pushing me away while it works on something. I woke up in the patient's room standing over him while an arterial catheter was in the patient, letting him just bleed out onto the floor. So he had like a catheter in one of his veins and it was just like letting blood out. What was in this room? Oh, that chair. And I think I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, we need to go this way. I got all fucking turned around yet. No. We were headed the right way. Right? So that's broken. This is open, but I don't think there's anything to see. Anyway, there's a unique death in there where, like, if you sit in that chair and then you'll have, like, the TVs are acting odd. Wow, I'm getting all kinds of turnaround. I'm going to go save here real quick. You can always tell when like I said, I'm starting to lose control of things already. What did I even get done in any of those rooms? Anything? Did I pick up like a key? No, I must not. You know what? I need to go back in there. I bet there's a key I have to pick up somewhere back there now that I'm thinking of it, because the guy hasn't yet woken up and I'm pretty sure we have to wake him up to get him moving. Anyway, the chair, you sit in it, you hallucinate, and then there's like an outline of your character, like a shadow of your character. Let me make sure he's not moving. Oh, he is moving. Oh, cool. He moves very oddly. It's like 2-frame animation almost. I do think he can hit you. He's very slow. His attacks deal a fair bit of damage, but you sit in the chair, you have hallucinations. After so many hallucinations, you eventually stand up and your shadow is like left in the place where you were. You can grab a sword and attack your shadow, and if you do, you can sit down again. It like gets rid of your shadow. Like all the body bags just disappeared in here. I can't go through that door. My bad. And if you sit down in the chair again after, oh my goodness, that was very bright and all at once. All right, so there comes this body bag corpse, and it chases us until we can get out of here. We got like a new chase sequence. I'm not even really any good at this. Oh shit, case in point. We do have infinite stamina here, finally. Maybe Spooky's little bonus is like kicking in late. But anyway, you can kill your shadow and then like sit down and it gives you a unique death screen. This is from the nurse. Something sinister is beating on the wall of my subconscious, beating like a war drum, motioning me to march down into hell. Wow, how sick? Ruthless? I don't know. One or the other. Then we had the isolation room. Yeah, I was about to say, I think I need a key for that. I got a medallion. Gotcha. So we can pour acid on that, allowing us through to the other half of the downstairs area, now that we have the virus out of the way. I don't know what's happening whenever I'm first spawning in up there. It's very odd. We need to go to that room where we had to put a medallion. Oh, hey, Spooky's here. Hey, you are a fucking juxtaposition. Not really saying too much, but she's like, this place is big. Maybe you'll make it out later. I think Spooky has Spooky's lack of saying anything substantive is a very big personality trait of her, and I like it a lot. I feel like you catch me on a bad day, I would hate that character, but I'm really in a good mood right now, and I like it. So we place a medallion down. And, oh, hey, this is the sword room. I didn't even realize that. And this is a very Resident Evil-esque vibe. We put the medallion in and then we can walk down these stairs. I forget how this is supposed to work exactly. I don't think you can die to anything in here. I think it's just a really, oh yeah, there's just weird sound effects in your ears. It sounds like a woman I don't know, sleep moaning a little bit, maybe having a very vivid dream. What else was I thinking here? Unique deaths. So the way that the bad ending works versus the good ending, you can't even get the bad ending on your first go round. The good ending is, what you're kind of slated to get over everything else your first time playing because you won't have the sword. Bad ending, you just go through and kill as many of the specimens as you can. For some reason, I think one of them, they're also called something else. I think they're maybe called like monsters or some shit. You can see how well your ending is going. If this feels cold, then you're on the route to get the good ending. If it feels hot, then you're on the route to get the bad ending. There's coughing down here. There is like a baby skull thing. I hear it. Yeah, there it is. It looks weird. Apparently it's based off of like a Silent Hill enemy. I don't know too much about which enemy that would be. Probably some Silent Hill game that like I never played. There's like a handheld like gaming joint down here, but I'm never able to really find it. Let me see what we got here. We got the key. I think maybe we should look around a little bit before because I do want to show off that handheld thing. You can get like a unique ending with that. Oh yeah, down this way. This is like a jump scare hallway. Again, similar to like the infinite hallway that we were talking about before. You can go down that hallway infinitely until you get jump scared by it. Of all things, tell me how retro this is. A Rebecca Black jump scare. That's fucking hella archaic at this point. I don't know that Rebecca Black has been uttered by like what did she do after I guess having like a short career in music, or at least a short notable career in music. I'm just looking. You want to make sure there's nothing else I can pick up in here. Cool. So Sunshine Academy is like a dating sim. Here at Sunshine Academy, love is in the air. You have transferred from your high school in the States and cannot wait to take your new classes here at school. Who knows, maybe your true dreams will come to fruition from within these red halls. Your mother has packed you a lunch. That's very sweet of her for high school. Calendar, day one. So this is, like I said, just like a dating sim. Holy shit, that is like nails on a chalkboard. But it's like a dating sim. I don't know the exact thing. I think the whole idea is like you like it starts off like as a cute dating sim, but then it like you kill her at the end of it. Almost sort of the same vibe as like Doki Doki Literature Club. I think I never played that. But you play through all the way to the end of it, and then you like kill her, and you do that 4 times, and then on like the 5th time, as you're playing through, you can oh yeah, there's this guy, he's like hung himself. This is the enemy for here. But then like the 5th time that you would oh, yep, there he is. I think this is more of the Weeping Angels type vibe than before. You have to like keep him in your eyesight or whatever. This might be a little bit pain in the ass for me to get out of, or maybe he's just like, I don't know. Anyway, the 5th time, like you can say some weird enough stuff to her that she like reports you, and then you go to jail instead of kill her. So the good ending in that regard. Anyway, so we're running away from that. Thankfully, we don't have to go back down there at all. We encountered the baby face. We encountered the man who had hung himself. Man, I hope you can't hear my stomach. I'm not that hungry. Wow, that thing was a growl. What am I going to have for breakfast? We're starting off a nice day off. We got bad snowfall coming here, supposedly this weekend. I guess we'll see what happens. Anyway, I don't know. These fucking stairs are like such a low point in this. I think you're supposed to be tempted to like look back or whatever, and if you do, I think you get jump scared. I can't remember. I'm not really willing to risk it. So, what did we even get down there? A key of some description, and I think it's a key to somewhere downstairs. The isolation ward, maybe. Okay, where am I? I've completely lost my bearings. Okay, so here's what we want to do. We want to turn clear around, go back the other way where we had like the security guard with his big like tumor hands. Down this hallway. I think those TVs might have been in the nightmare mode of Lost in Vivo. I'm not like 100% sure. They surely don't have any correlation between the two, unless you wanted to maybe make the argument that like they obviously take place in the same universe, but I wouldn't even go that far. So I'm pretty sure that these are all like like isolation wards, obviously, so they're like locked behind like doors and stuff. It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't. It may have been my body to my hand, but I know it wasn't me. Nurse Tanaka. You know what they say? I believe it's if your right hand would cause you to sin, cut it off. So don't give them a vessel. Anyway, crossing into the other rooms. Wow, this room's particularly bloody. I guess what it would probably be like. Either people who are very infectious or like immunocompromised would probably go into isolation wards. I found out how to stop them. You see, they are in my head and they can control me for a time. But if I keep using the radiology machine to dose my head with radiation, they go away for a while. And then like the writing is getting weird towards the end of that. I was reading something earlier today about like apparently in like the 80s or 90s. Oh yeah, there's like a cow monster who's going to try to kill us. I just stick to my like hang the right side of this maze kind of strategy. I don't remember. It's not very good. It's a way that you can assure that you get out of a maze eventually. But like as far as being quick about it, well, I just knocked everything on my desk completely over. Not everything, not my monitor and stuff, but my mic stand got knocked over. My Coke got knocked over. It was empty, thank God. My Coke can got knocked over. I was not expecting it. My bad. My bad, everybody. I had to clean up the studio there for a minute. Anyway, hopefully I don't run into that motherfucker again. He's just so silent. Maybe we'll start just going based off of vibes instead of holding right. There he is again. Shame we can't hit these guys, huh? I guess whenever I come back through here with the sword, I'll feel a little bit better about things, hopefully. Wow, I can't believe it. I like knocked over my mic. I knocked my phone onto the floor. It was so loud. I knocked into my desk. It was so loud. Now, thin that away. Maybe I should have went left instead. Oh, son of a bitch. This ain't the way out, is it? I don't think so. No, this is it. Oh, hey, cool. We made it out. Huh. So there's like 3 things we need to interact with here. One is a note. This is from Spooky's dad. I'm so sorry, my little angel. I've tried hating the man that took you from us, but in the end, the only person I can hate is myself. You always like to scare people, especially when they didn't understand something. I was confounded. No one understood your costume, but I guess people don't read Poe anymore, even with the new Price film. What the fuck? That man clearly overreacted to your fireworks, but we can only blame a PTSD sufferer so much. But then that gets like retconned, so don't read too much into that. There's also a good and a bad ending note. I consider them both canon. That's fun. But anyway, then we go like close to this window. You can see there's like a character over there, and they like say things to us. They're like, you have to stop, this place. It's like evil or whatever. I think you like keep backing up and going into, I've been here so long, I've forgotten so much. We can keep going back and forth. This place, it needs to be shut down. And then one more time, maybe. I know you can do it. Just hurry. You're so close now. Looks like they have horns. That's kind of cool. Like white horns or something like that. All right. And then that is that. We can't go in there. Obviously, the door is broken. And then as we go back, I don't think we have to navigate the maze anymore. Thank God. So that is the exit key. And we can leave. I can't believe it's not like so bad. Like I didn't like completely, I don't know. It's too loud is why we had to have a cut there. It spooked me too much. I like, knocked so much shit over. My mic, that's so loud. Anyway, this is now, we can go to the exit. We have the exit key. And then I think as we leave, like Spooky says some bullshit to us. Oh, there you are, she says. I guess there's still some hidden things down here. So interesting that you get the good ending before all else. Now we'll have to go through and get the bad ending. So, oh hey, knife to meet you. Where did you get that sword? I didn't pick up the sword, brother. But anyway, I guess we got the achievement for it. Maybe it just checks that you can even get the sword or whatever. So then it should, like as we're walking through here, it should fade to black. And that is the end of the DLC. So what I'm going to do from here, I'm going to quickly cut to I don't want to show off killing all those guys. That's kind of boring. Excuse me. I'm going to instead cut all the way to that last room with like the ghost girl again while I have the sword, and I will see you guys whenever I'm back to that. All right, later. All right, so we're back here. I should be primed to get the bad ending. Check out this sword. Look at that swing. Kind of reminds me of the Lucid Blade a little bit from Lunacid. Anyway, the note is different for one. I hate myself for what I am doing, but I can't wait any longer. Your mother puts on a brave face, but I know she wants us too. I'm making fair progress in bringing you back, but it seems to only work for a moment, even with larger thresholds. Today, I think I found the answer. A second device is needed to bind the spirit to the earth after it has been brought back. Excuse me, I know this sounds macabre, but I will turn it off and let you return to heaven after your mother and I get to see you again. So apparently, they're trying to resurrect some girl who had died, probably the same girl. So again, I assume that these notes are both true. Not that one's true at one time and the other's true at the other time. They're both true. So he feels bad that she died and he's not mad at this veteran that supposedly killed this girl. But at the same time, he is bringing her back because he wants to see his daughter again. And she was torn away. So viciously, oh, she fears you. Please don't hurt me. So now we can, she's asking us to please don't hurt her. I'm going to turn achievements off after this DLC. Don't worry. I didn't realize that, I'd even had the, Steam notifications on. So, anyway, she's afraid of you now. And that is that. So another thing I wanted to show, this is just super quick as we're coming out of here. We had seen I can't even remember what the name of it is, but it's apparently the, wow, why am I so turned around? I don't know why I was facing the other way. If you remember that one room that we were in that had the flashing TVs right next to the exit area, it had that what appeared to be painted on. Once you have the exit key, this deformity wing, that's right, you can go through and into here. This place is just really ugly and decrepit. I don't think you'll ever run into enemies. Apparently what this was originally going to be used for in the original game was you were going to somehow drop the sword off in one of these rooms and then you would have a chance to get it again somehow, in the normal game, so it would replace your axe and it would do maybe something different. But apparently there was a limitation to whatever engine that they were using originally. That's just something that I had read about this. So anyway, as we get ready to leave, I wonder what Spooky will say. I actually don't know this. So she says, oh, there you are. I guess there's still some hidden things down here. The same thing as before. Anyway, the little girl didn't ask us to kind of end things. I do think that is decision dependent, obviously, but the notes, the notes take place in the same universe is sort of what I feel. Anyway, if I were to sit down and bang out the script for this, I would assume that both are kind of true at the same time and give my reasoning for that because both can be true. All right. So that time we flew through it. I need to make sure that I've turned jump scares and everything back on because I don't know how that will interact with the DLC and stuff. So I'm going to flip that back on and then we're going to get ready to play the DLC. All right, jump scares and specimens both on. Time to go to Spooky's Dollhouse. So like I was saying earlier, all the DLC kind of opens up with it's you're just going through rooms and then you kind of come upon oh, hey, we're in the the DLC, it's thematic, I guess is what I'm saying. So that's kind of cool. All right. The air here is heavy with must and mold. Your lungs seem to struggle as you inhale. Your ability to heal is hindered in this place. So if you get injured, you, that's the save location, by the way. I don't know why I'm in such a hurry. If you get injured, you have to heal yourself using something else other than usual. Here's a map. To use it, look down and interact. I hate this function. I can't ever see shit. I can't ever tell where I'm at on this map, but I'm not upset at it. I'm just probably not going to use it a lot, just so you know. Let's read this note before we look at the dolls. Congratulations, Generic Labs Associate. You have been volunteered to our Proud Parent Program. You have been given a doll and your duty is to train the soul trapped within. You got to keep it in good spirits, give it attention. Many of the beta candidates were children when they died and will likely attach themselves to you without problems. But there may be times when punishment or extraction of spirit is necessary. In the event of husk rejection or injury, GL Labs is not responsible under any circumstance. Okay, so we can carry around a doll with us. I'm not really so scared of dolls. Sometimes a particular one can be kind of eerie. This one's ugly. It looks like it has the hair through the front of its face. That's why I don't like that one in particular. But if we get injured, oh, it's locked from the other side. If we get injured, then we can heal ourselves with the doll. But there's no like latent healing, like passive healing. So another thing, I never been like spooked by wow, what do they fucking call it? Like taxidermied shit either. I was a good girl all day long, but when Dad got home, he was all wrong. So I hid in my room until he was gone, and then I shot him in the face at 5:45. His gun was so shiny, sparkly, and neat, and his face was so mushy, gushy, squishy, blah, blah, blah. The focal point here is to remember that 5:45. Also in this room, as we're walking, you can hear clicking. It's because there's a spooky doll all over us. It's kind of odd looking, right? Apparently, well, not apparently, but like, I kind of understand where people are coming from. There's another carry game called Lost in Vivo. I might have already mentioned across this playthrough. And, in it, there's like a little sequence that mirrors what was described in that note, kind of similarly, where like some monster like comes to a home, and then you're hiding in the closet, and then you shoot that monster. And a lot of well, not a lot of people, you know what I'm saying. Some people say that it feels like this note is a reference to that, or that is a reference to this note, however you care to think about it. We've made progress, but none of it has been ideal. We developed a system to summon and contain these spirits. However, we've yet to find a suitable container. So the idea here is, if you remember in the last note, like they're trying to summon Spooky, but they're trying to do it through like, you can see in the bottommost paragraph, we tried using simple jars, vases, and the like, but these containers limited the function of the spirit. So like, not so much you can do if you get basically reincarnated as a vase. So now they're trying to use dolls to like, as vessels for these, for these like spirits or whatever. Sounds out of tune, and then that's because there is a key, the West Wing key. West Wing versus East Wing, who win? Oh yeah, watch out for these dolls, by the way. They're the like common enemy for this area. That's a barbed wire door, we can't yet go through it. We'll unlock this door, which was locked from this side, and get a save out of the way. Nothing special is really happening. Is there like a monster's hand in there? No, I thought maybe there was like a little monster looking deal trying to come out of there. So we're in the West Wing, everybody. West Wing. I can't remember. Is that a movie, TV show? Can't riff on it, I guess, if I don't know what it is. As we come in, I believe, yeah, there's like more of these doll guys in here. This is kind of a useless room, which is unfortunate. Oh, I can show off how like you heal now. See my HP up there? You just use the like attack button like you had the axe, and then it shakes the doll a little bit and it heals you. It does look like there's a note in here, so maybe I should at least consider coming back in here. I just wanted to flash that on the screen for anybody in case I happen to forget to come back in there and read that. So, oh, you know what I could do? I could put her down, because then we get the function of the axe back. Then I think we can hurt these things. We're not saving up for like any, what am I trying to say here? We're not saving up for any, like, we're not going to get points for like hurting anything in this area. So, all right, those two have been knocked out. Moving along to this room so that I can knock these guys out. I think these things are called the dolls. These are like the fucked up versions of dolls that like didn't pass the program for whatever reason, at least from what I gather from the notes. This is a log by some GL Labs ID. We're having difficulty containing one of the stronger spirits. The doll that we used to hold them kept stretching out and breaking, and then we had to summon the spirit all over again. Theoretically, the size of the vessel shouldn't matter, but it claims it's too small. For now, it's locked up behind an emergency containment door, so apparently there was some doll that was, the spirit of the doll was actually too lanky. This is kind of an interesting room. We'll get one more note out of the way. T-room for Proud Parent Volunteers Instruction Manual. This room functions to relieve stress and replenish spirit energy in the event that the doll has lost potency. So the idea here is like, if you ever like shake your doll too much to get HP from it, you can sit here and restore it. I even kind of, while like going pretty, what are we calling it? Like pretty liberal on the like shaking the doll function. Like I never like use it enough where that actually has ever mattered to me. I believe we can hear coughing on the other side of this. I can't remember. You could in the original game. I don't hear any coughing now. There is a hole in the wall. This is just a straight trap. There's a hole here. Reach inside. It will just grab a hold of you and then hurt you. I wonder if that's... I mean, this whole area is like... I was talking before, like 3 parts, kind of Silent Hilly. This is the 3rd part. These are all dolls and husks. A note here. I don't fit in this. I can't stretch or else I break. They did this to me. Yeah, I guess. So this character here, his name was Wormy Charles. He stretches. He's really fucking fast. So I'm trying to put a little distance between him and I. And then, I fucked up. Didn't I? All right, let's get out of there. I didn't even see the fucking key that we got. I guess... Okay, so that way is towards the... Oh, there he is again. So we've kind of freed him. If it makes you feel better, I'm pretty certain that just, like, interacting with him frees him out into the environment. So we didn't do anything like, I fucked it up. I'm not trying to pretend I didn't, but I didn't fuck it up irrevocably. So, and this is a room that's just filled to the brim with enemies. Watch out there, Mr. Charles. I'll show you why I kind of don't like this map. Like, if I'm ever in the bottom right of this room and I have the fucking... doll, I'm just not going to see anything. So, hey, there's fucking Spooky. It's kind of interesting in the original game. While you had this doll, it would cry while Spooky was around. So that's kind of interesting. I think this is an area that actually particularly affects Spooky. Like, you can tell in like her dialogue and stuff as she interacts with you. Like, not many times is Spooky ever bothered by shit around here. She's kind of happy-go-lucky for better or worse, and not around here anyway. Okay, so we had a key. You know what? I bet this is for the fucking clock. This is I think they call that doll Clicky. The one that has all the, like, that crawls on the ceiling. Alright, clock, how we feeling? Unlock it, cool. And then it was 5:45, I'm pretty certain. Move this along to, see, that's 4... we'll make sure. We'll do the long hand next. 45, 5. Cool. So with that, we get a pair of pliers, or bolt cutters. My bad. Pliers? What? They don't even look like pliers. I don't know why I said that. I haven't even worked on anything recently that's indicative of pliers. So, alright, we take the bolt cutters and cut into the barbed wire, and then we can enter this little area here, the garden as it's called, I guess. Monica, and then a last name. And then you can read the note here. My dear Monica, although it was difficult, I've respected your wishes and let you rest. I miss you every day. I miss you so much. I'm trying to save our daughter. I know it's not what you wanted, but I've already gone too far. So once again, this is Spooky's mom now has finally passed away. So at least, it's kind of, there's a lot of unfortunateness to what we're about to see, but they were probably reunited for a little bit, Spooky and her mom, and death. So there's some comfort in that, I suppose. I don't remember what the function is of like placing her down other than like activating that force field barrier, which I'm not sure is hyper relevant to us. You know what? We're gonna put a pin in that. I actually do have a secret to show off over here. I've got notes about it. So, the painting falls down. Yeah, I forgot the first time that you're in here. And then there are like these weird dolls that are kind of all around. We'll read this note. A doll is a timeless thing in the shape of a human, but created perfect, immortal, and unmoving. A fitting symbol and possibly usable device for our goals here. Soon I will have you back, my dear, but first I must make sure it won't constrict you. It's a doll. I don't know what I don't even know what your compromise can be. I guess you make like a metal like soldier, like a terracotta soldier looking thing. This is an odd room. You can have like the doll follow you with its eyes here. Also picking up some plastic doll hands. We'll take those with us. I don't know. This side of things is eerie. Let me pick up the doll. We'll pick her up, and then I'm going to go save right quick, and then we'll interact with what I want to interact with. Now, I wanted to say this. My great-grandmother, she like had dolls in her house. So, even then they never like bothered me or anything. Excuse me. But, she had a room that was like, the room that she slept in was lined wall to wall, corner to corner. She like had dolls as an adult. And then she just like, I guess collected them. I don't know. I've always been like a collecting kind of guy myself. Maybe that's kind of where I got it from, was that side of the family. But, I guess I should preface this. Stop talking about dolls, dumbass. There's a like a fake wall here. Kira loves them fake walls, let me tell you. And then you can go through that fake wall and end up on like this area here. You're not going to miss anything. Both of these sides kind of converge to back here. I think this is the fake wall. Oh, yeah, I was going to say I was wrong. This is a simple Caesar shift cipher. We've talked about this in Kira games before. You're in the know, right? And then there's like this text. Apparently you're in the know is like a Bloodborne reference, and then you have to slowly and meticulously type out a message. So that message is a fairly long message. It is actually, you know what? I'll just talk and you just watch. So apparently this is lyrics to a song. I've got those in my notes here also. The Love Cats by The Cure. Oh, and I already fucked up the lettering. Okay, there's a Y there. My bad. I know this isn't the most professional function here. Anyway, it's a song by The Cure. Now, I thought I had heard of The Cure. I know this is dumb as hell. In the original game, this had like a typing function where you could like actually type it in, and I could probably do that a little bit quicker. Into the Sea, You and Me, and then All These Years and No One Heard. But apparently, the guitarist, now, I'm not like a big fan of these guys. I just happened to see all this while I was looking it up. Apparently, the guitarist, Perry Beaumont, died not too long ago. This is like the fucking low point. Sorry. But this is a cool secret, and I don't want people to be like, what the fuck was in the Caesar cipher? You didn't cover the Caesar cipher. All these years, and I'm going to have to fucking spell check this, and No One Heard. But this is lyrics to their song, The Love Cats, and I looked it up to listen to it. It's a fine song. Like I said, I'm not like the Cure guy, so I never have listened to it. Maybe I'm more of like a Hall & Oates guy. I like their music. All right, we're gonna check this. No, I forgot Into the Sea. You're shitting me. Okay, so this one should be Into the Sea, You and Me, All These Years, and No One Heard. And then whenever we confirm this, it insta-kills us, which is kind of lame. I don't know about all this text here. I don't know I don't think this is lyrics. It doesn't matter if it's lyrics. If it's story, there's so little. Here's two things that they like. They like being extremely vague in this game, in their context, and they also like to be very poetic. Anyway, back to the dollhouse, as we did say before we did that. So all we have to do is make a simple little walk back, which is nice. I don't remember if we need the fucking doll for anything. So I'm gonna put them down, and if I happen to run into anything, I'll bring them back. I guess, you know what? Actually, I kind of want to show some functions of not functions, but like some of the smaller things of the doll out. Did I check? Okay, this is where I got the hands from, right? Yeah, there was two doors. There was one. I know this is so dumb. Okay, so this is where that note was talking about like how they need to make a vessel, and I was saying like, yeah, I think that they should have did like I think it's called the terracotta soldier. Just like make somebody like a perfect body, and then like make it out of something cool like iron, diamond, or gold or something. To keep the dolls happy, we created this party room. We even summoned a spirit to entertain them, but this experiment has failed miserably. The dolls hated here and seemed totally freaked out around the clown. I requested the document on how it was found, and apparently they tried to summon a happy human ghost, but instead got something else. It looks human, acts human, but just to be safe, we installed a cage. What did they summon? So this thing can't hurt you. I always thought it could somehow, but basically it's like unmoving while you look at it, and I'm gonna whip us around, and then it flashes into like different poses every time that like you whip around. I don't know how jarring this is. Hopefully not too bad. I wanted to show like a particularly unique pose. Yeah, that one's okay. But you can tell if he's in a room because the doll will like cover its eyes or whatever, but it can't hurt you. Good. And he says bye-bye the first time that you leave the room, which I think indicates, no, I guess we have to mess around a little bit. After a little while, he'll like leave the room after we do so much stuff. I haven't told anybody yet, but I think this place is haunted. There are like these strange woning sounds all the time, like a moan, but also like a whoa, so woning. And there was this painting that I kept staring at that I think was changing. There are two paintings that do that in this game. This is the first one. You have to stare at it like for a pretty long time. and its face slowly becomes like distorted. It's really not, it's not that interesting. Just imagine that I put some kind of like a shitty kind of filter over it. Not that the quality of the thing is bad, but I just don't want to sit there just for that. Just checking the walls, you know, winky face. Okay, so this is where we're going to put her down. I don't even actually know what's through this wall. I might need the, oh, this is so that you can't, burn that doll in here. Open the furnace, put the plastic doll hands in, close it up, turn it on, turn it off, open her back up, and there we go. We got a small key. I can't remember what that unlocks. Oh, you know, well, actually, no, you don't know. I don't have any idea what that locks, as a matter of fact. So I'm sure that we have run into a fucking locked door somewhere. The clown, I guess not on this side, probably back in the normal area. So Spooky is here, and oh hey, we can actually go under. Not used to getting this close. So they moved all the dolls into this room. Thank you very much, Spooky. You can do this. I think you could like put the doll down and then fight these guys if you really, really, really wanted to. But I'm gonna pass on that actually and just run around it. Hey, there's the fucking clown. I thought that the doll always did this. Like whenever we're around it, like closed its eyes. But is it this door? Cool. Well, before we get too gung-ho over in this area, you know what? Fuck it. We'll just walk around a little bit. Looks like there's a note here. After all our research and experimentation, we were looking in the wrong place. The dolls did little but distract us. But now I found something else. A relic from the Old Kingdom era that seals spirits in the earth, though it was originally used for great evil. I will use it for you. Interesting. I don't remember reading that note last time. Just another Thursday, but I thought every day was Wednesday. Like that note that we had read. This is like a Dig Dug clone. I am fucking horrid at this. Maybe the controls are a little bit better on, like playing on mouse and keyboard. But if you guys ever fucked with Dig Dug, that's like what this game is. Need to get a little bit space between me and them. I really don't care for this. There's nothing like cool to unlock here or anything like that. Yeah, I'm just terrible at this kind of game. All right, let me go, please. I'm out on that one. So there was a note. There was the little mini game that we had played there. Looks like we got 2 more rooms. This is another room where you can see the doll kind of below us, the clicky doll. I got a feeling that I'm glad that there's a gate between them and I, because they're all about us and it's spooking me out. Wow, that's kind of clipping into the desk there. Hopefully now that the doll project is over, I'll get transferred back to the surface facility soon. It's been very interesting, but I generally fear for my life every day. So maybe there's like, you know, two kinds of facilities around here. There's like, you know, the one that's in the mansion, and then there's this one that's underground. Live, laugh, love. Very beautiful words. No, of course, that's kind of a joke these days, huh? We abandoned the doll idea of tethering the subject to a physical object, instead steal their spirit within the mansion itself. Her abilities within the facility should be incredible. The director would be pleased with the outcome of his sacrifice. Cool. So they were able to kind of figure it out with some kind of like an ancient evil device and the mansion itself. So I wonder where this guy made his bag. All right, nothing in this room. Yeah, for some reason I always thought that like you could fight the or not fight, but I'm thinking of something else. We need an access card. For some reason I was thinking that sorry, I'm getting in my head a little bit with how creepy it is around here. I don't want to go in there just yet. I thought that the clown popped up in more areas as what I would need to get out of my mouth. Let's see, what's down this way? I wonder if this is locked. Yeah, access card required. That's what I was wondering. We're fully healed up. I really didn't run into enemies too much. Kind of looks like the doll's eyes are drawn on with crayon a little bit. I don't think you run into too many enemies on this side of things. I think this is locked. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I probably should have checked that beforehand. Yeah, I guess the only other place to go is over this way now. I'll just set the doll down and we can... Oh, that's right. The floor breaks. I forgot. I thought we had to get a little further than that. All right. In the root cellar. Extremely fucking dark down here. I basically just hold the walls until we get where we need to go. The enemies down here initially scared me. There's a black candle. No reason to carry it just yet. Yeah, maybe just use it as light. I don't know. because it is like awfully dark down here. Even in the original, I remember thinking that this area was like not horribly like bad, but like horribly dark. So we need an access card for that area. The door is fucked up there, like knocked in. That door is melted of all doors. This room here, I believe, features a blank note. Yep, completely blank I, and then nothing else to say. When I revisit, it'll actually say something half useful, so that's good. I don't know the point of this, but we can move this heavy plate over there, and then we get an item that we need. I believe it is a, yes, metal pinwheel. It is in 3 parts, and we need all 3 to unlock the last door that's down here. So I've gotten kind of turned around a little bit. I guess we're going this way? Nah, yes. This is an area we haven't been before. It's got weird furniture around here. Not these so much. I can kind of understand those. But like the little square. Here's another candle. I'm trying to, this time when I play through, I'm trying to remember where all the candles are exactly. This is a later enemy, but for the time being, we're fine. Metal pinwheel piece for us. Anyway, so we're 2 out of 3 pieces on the pinwheel. The music here, I won't pretend, is not creepy. Yeah, this piece of furniture. I don't know what this piece of furniture is. It's like a little square, I guess rectangle. We can get out of that place. I'm done being in there. I don't have too much to say whenever it's actually scary. I think after most of this playthrough, people are probably finally starting to understand that. This room, were we not already in here? Oh no, we haven't been. The spirits get so temperamental, we have to keep performing rituals to keep them in check. When they act out, it's necessary to inflict pressure on the husk inhabited by the spirit. Don't forget that the dolls are not real people. There, even with stuff like the SCP shit, like whenever like a researcher or whatever gets like so disconnected from like what they're actually doing, they're like, yeah, we're just like summoning spirits. Remember, they're not real people. It's like, how do you have the disconnect exactly? So this person has like lashes on their back, some sort of strange sculpture, so we can smash through it. It goes like really dark. Whoa, I didn't remember that from last time. But the doll with the fucked up shit on its back, like it's hanging by metal hooks or whatever, flashes at us, and then we can open this door up. I'm just kind of looking around for any notes before we continue on. This music's also kind of sleepy a little bit, but not so sleepy as whatever I said my favorite soundtrack for this. Oh yeah, that place where the water area was. That's right. That place did have a really sleepy soundtrack. It is nice, I guess, where there is light down here. So down this hallway, if you remember, there was should be like one of these bigger metal doors. I know it doesn't help because like all the doors are metal down here, but there's a couple different flavors of metal doors. We now have a key card, which I don't think I've addressed, that we've picked up. GL Labs, clearance level 10. So that feels like a fucking level 5, or an Omni from fucking SCP, don't it? All right. So we are back in the West Wing. Now, I think our doll is upset. So, I'm going to dip in here real quick. Because obviously we don't have it. It like gets upset over time if we're not like around. So I think we're going to run into, no, wrong room. Sorry, fellas. Didn't mean to intrude. Watch out there, Mr. Wormy Charles. Well, I had like, there's this enemy called a Frenzy, which automatically spawns if, the frenzy enemy is like a dark enemy, and it automatically spawns if the temperament of your doll is very low, which again, just in case you forgot, the temperament is based on how many times that you've shooken it for HP. Alright. Anyway, over on this side is where the doll is. We can pick it up. Let's go ahead and get like this is kind of an ending. It's kind of not an ending. It depends on how you like judge it. It doesn't give you an ending screen, but here's the tram to escape out of here. You can hit the button. The train looks like it goes all the way back to the surface. Start the train, and so we just chill in the tram until it takes us all the way up to where we need to go. She's got like her eyes hidden. I think that this is indicating that she has generally low HP, which I don't know. Maybe that's like from leaving her alone for very long. But anyway, this tram takes like a little bit, but it eventually gets up to a certain point and then it slows down. Cool tram. I guess I kind of like the look of it. It looks like they were moving hella workers in and out. I always assumed that like at least maybe half of these seats would be filled whenever you came to work. All right, so we've slowed down, and if you look, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't have brought the doll with me. This is not the best angle, but if you look way up and ahead, eventually it will spawn in a monster, a familiar monster that's going to stop us from getting much further. He says, "Hey, if you aren't going to finish the rooms correctly, you aren't gonna get to live through me anyway." He just comes through the wall and we die. I'm surprised. I thought it did like the flashing like death to us. Your soul jiggles in endless torment. Aw. I thought he did like the flashing death that says like you can't something or other. I don't know. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. All right, back in this hallway. It keeps giving me the like use bolt cutters to cut barbed wire, even though we've done it before. It doesn't really matter. It's just something that I thought about a little bit. All right, so we've got the doll. I guess, what am I thinking here? What do I want to do? Is this a room we needed a key card for? No. This is the room where we fell on the floor. That's right. Let's go through. Let's go into here. This is another kind of area that we can do in conjunction, kind of for like an ending. Oh, hey, there's Spooky. Like I said, you never see her in a bad mood, but hey, here it is. She in particular does not like it here. And she's like, hey, you should probably leave. Here is a note. Oh man, come on. There we go. It's in an odd angle. The seal is almost complete, and then you can return to me. It requires a nightmare to work, so I will surrender mine. The same nightmare that took you from us will now bring you back. So I said they retcon stuff a little bit, but apparently my understanding of the thing was kind of dumb because I was like re-looking into this, and we got actually some explanation. The seal can be turned off, but if I do this, I'll have to let the doll spirit go. There's no going back after this. End the nightmare. So it like sacrifices the doll. Hopefully you're done healing, and you get to experience quote-unquote the nightmare. And that's that. So what the nightmare is like memories of her father or whatever. It was a nightmare on the night that his daughter died or whatever. The night I saw the devil. Ooh. All right, so we flash in and it's very red. We got the chair from Karamari Hospital here. I wonder if it's making you re-experience the nightmares, that chair, if that's the function of the thing. But anyway, you have to pick up this older rifle. There will be enemies. They're actually not like, they're not, this area isn't that spooky, despite the namesake of the game. I'm gonna let one run into me. All it does is turn your screen like a very bright red, but you can't like fail this segment to my knowledge. You can just let your screen keep getting redder and redder. I like to use the this like carbine, I think it is. I like to use it to like sometimes light the way if I'm not able to quite see anything, especially considering that there's like a small chance I'll hit an enemy anyway. Also, in this house are like beer bottles kind of strewn about. So people have made the correlation, I guess, that there's a good chance that like Spooky's dad was probably also like an alcoholic to some degree, because again, this is like his dream or whatever, or nightmare, I should say. I don't know. I really don't like this segment. It's not scary. It just goes on for a little bit long. It's not, I don't know. I just don't like this segment, I guess. I never really have. It felt always slow to me. I didn't like playing as not the protagonist. I hope this flashing isn't too bright for somebody. It is cool. I like the look of these enemies here. It's like so clear that he's having like a war PTSD joint. They've got like a machine gun in like their chest, and then they've got like I thought those helmets were like traditional American helmets, which like the metal helmets, but I don't know, maybe like other sides had them. I'm not like a war buff or anything. There was something else I was going to say about it. Oh, but my presumption is based on like kind of what they're wearing and stuff in the years that his wife was alive. It would have to be like World War II, right? That he fought in. So there's a lot of weird connections between this game and World War II with like Unit 731, or at least around that time period where they're doing like these fucked up experiments in Unit 731 with Specimen 9. And then they've got like this guy who coincidentally, I think we're coming up on the ending here. We round the corner and we shoot what appears to be the devil, and she like, you know, obviously it's just Spooky. That happens without like you doing anything. Maybe in the original, actually, you had to like pull the trigger on her to like end the sequence. But I can't remember. I feel like I would have tested that out way back in the day. I was like, maybe there's a good ending if you don't shoot her. Nope, there's no particularly good endings in this game. There's one half decent ending, I guess, which is going to come at the very, very end of the video. So, all right. So you walk up to this character here. I might get an achievement here. So there's like this dude sleeping on a bench. Someone is sleeping here. Plant the gun on them. You click no, and it says you tried, but you can't change the past. So you can't change like what the reality of what happened. So yeah, we'll plant the gun on them. I can't lose you. So obviously we killed our daughter, and I will bring you back. And now we're trying to bring her back. So, we want to see her again. So that was that. And then whenever that happens, we get the doctor here. I always wanted to tell you how that night really happened, but I couldn't because you were gone. I need your forgiveness. That's why I wanted you back at all costs. But in the end, I robbed you of both life and unlife. Please go on and be with Monica. I'm sorry. It is kind of funny, unfortunate, I guess you could say. He wanted nothing more than to see his daughter and, one last time and to give her life again. And, whenever he did that, he more or less traded his own. So think about that. He's on Earth. She's in the afterlife. They can't see one another. And he's like, okay, I want to, resurrect her. And hey, here's this guy. We have to kill him to get through this area. So he kills his daughter, right? Sorry. He dies in the process of resurrecting his daughter, and because of that, she is now on Earth and he is now undead, and they can't swap. So he spent his whole life trying to see her again, and at the moment of his swap, they because of what they both did, or what he did more or less, he isn't able to see her. On the bright side, he gets to see Monica, his wife again. So I guess that's nice. I wonder if people would be mad about the presumption that was probably a WW2 thing. I don't know. I need to look into wars around that time, though. So the mansion up on the hill, it's like a self-destruct sequence now that the black box has been unsealed. But because we didn't do some extra bullshit, it also unleashes the souls of, from hell. It's cool. It's a cool enough ending. You can see this here is the little facility we just took the tram to. Text should pop up on the screen here shortly that kind of describes what is happening here. With the seal broken, the trapped souls in the mansion can go free. However, the gate to hell was left open. A flood of terror spells outwards. The horrors that were once within the mansion can now reach the surface. You have escaped into a doomed world. So the idea is this box, it seems like it can bring back souls, but it can also bring back souls from hell, cursed souls. And you destroy the box without sealing the function for it to be to whatever function of hell. It's able to bring souls from hell and the regular afterlife. And you break it, which causes all those souls to flood into the real world. So I guess even the afterlife is kind of the real world, sort of. I don't know. Don't want to get too meta here, but I think you get the idea of what happened. So we have to do something kind of screwy to not get that ending. Now I'm gonna go forward a little bit. Yes, we can go into this room. So it's a seal circle, and it's missing some parts, some candles. We can read this note. The Curagenesis is just about fried. We've summoned far too many spirits for it to handle. Even returning them might collapse the gate. So I moved the three of the ritual candles into the root cellar. That should deter any more summoning for now. Spooky will probably order someone to go get them, but that's not my problem. So apparently there's 3 ritual candles, and we're going to have to go get them to, wrap things up here. Doll spirit interference, place outside the room. And even then, even if we place the doll outside the room, it will tell us that, we have to go get these candles to wrap up this joint. So let's go get these candles. Now, as I come back over, I'm always kind of lost on the side of things. Do we have a full map? Yeah, I guess we got a full map of everywhere around here, so that's nice in that regard. So what did I want to do? I want to swing over on this side and save for one. because now we got the doll back. Now we have an idea of what we're supposed to do. I do think you have to interact with certain things in order to have them, in order to like explore certain other things. So like, for example, we couldn't do anything with the candles whenever we were down there, and I'm not certain if it's the like actually picking up the doll that allows us to like go back down there and actually pick up those candles, or if it's reading that note. I'm looking for where the fuck the tea room is. But I've since gotten all kinds of turned around. Oh, okay, maybe I feel like it's back. Yep, in this room. Cool. No, this is the fucking clock room. What the hell? Oh, you know what I probably could do? I think I think the tea room's actually in the direction we need to head, so that's not so bad. Yeah, normally there's like an enemy here. It's like a dark enemy. It's called Frenzy. It just kind of looks like a crazy old woman a little bit, like a all black silhouetted old woman. We can see what her meter is at, I guess. Sit down. Yeah, completely empty. So we have to sit here and let it fill. Now I'm going to do this just because I want to be able to refill my HP in this next upcoming area. What else is I wanted to say? I guess this is really kind of the low, kind of chill point. So we've gotten the bad ending already. This is what you need to do to get the good ending. Then we got a final chase sequence where I'd promised that I'll show off some pretty cool details about Specimen 8. So I wonder, like, if the function of the thing is to, like, keep summoning all these specimens and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, that's what these are, like, summon specimens here. So, I don't know. All right, we'll grab the doll and head to the dark area. So this area kind of frustrated me whenever I first played this game. Not like extremely so, because again, like, I feel like the health that you're able to pull from this doll is like a huge fucking pull. Like, I never had it drop. I never had the ability to refill this doll. Like, I used it, I don't know, 10, 20 times. I don't know what the count is where it actually starts draining that bar or whatever, if it's like maybe you have to hit a threshold for it to just hit 0. Okay, so you can see out of the corner of my eye there to the left that there's an enemy. Now, while you're not directly looking at them, they will not do anything. Let Windows and apps access your location. Why in the fuck would I ever do this? Sorry about that, pimps and players. Windows wanted to know my fucking location for some reason. No, Windows, I appreciate all the fucking bloatware that you put on my computer just to fucking slow it. I'm just gonna get mad. But anyway, whenever we look at this monster, it'll like come at us and deal like damage. I'll just show that off. Now, you get new context in this room with this note that before just said I can see her in the corner of my eye. With any vision beyond that, she twitches and moves towards me. Sometimes I can hear her breathing behind me. How did I get here? Is this our punishment for denying death? I've only ever followed orders. My blind devotion brought me here. Perhaps blindness can get me out as well. And then he pulls his eyes out. Gross. You could just close them, buddy. I don't know. I'm being too hard on the guy. Yep, I thought I could hear her in this room. Now, fucking Windows, I'm telling you, dog. Windows is like, it doesn't matter what they do. They constantly get on my fucking nerves. Oh, by the way, we're just gonna have to sweep this area to find the candles that I'm looking for. On the bright side, I can hear her a little bit out of the corner of like my ear and stuff. So, in the corner of my ear, but like, you know, I can tell if she's in the area by like listening. It kind of sounds like she might, be in this room, whatever. There is a black candle in here at least, so this wasn't all for naught. What was I saying? Oh yeah, fucking Windows, dude. I'm like, they give me like notifications. Here's what I think about an app. If an app is like, wait a minute, your PC is like fucking 20 degrees Celsius hotter than it like could possibly be, like, you should do something. Yeah, give me a fucking notification that jumps over everything else on my PC. Sure, I'll agree to that. But this fucking bullshit where it's like would you like a free gift card? Like, again, this is a Windows notification. This isn't like fucking some like bullshit that I installed on my computer or anything like that. It's like, do you want a free gift card from Microsoft? And I'm like, I know it even sounds like a scam, but I feel like I've been on the internet long enough to like know a scam from like fucking Microsoft.diddy.com or what the fuck ever. I don't know. I'm just mad at Microsoft right now. I don't know why they, imagine if I had been in the middle of the fucking chase of my life and they had popped up that dumb shit. It's easy to get kind of turned around here a little bit. I do feel like I remember where the last candle is. There's 3 in total down here. It is kind of interesting. Once the doll actually gets close to you, it has this cool effect on your heart. But it doesn't. You can roll the footage back, but like that happens even if you're not being hit by her. Oh, it drains you. Oh, look at the HP bar. I don't know if you guys can see that or if that's a function of my monitor, but it does look like it's very fucking slowly draining. I see her eyes are now hidden. Hopefully that doesn't mean that she's low on her HP or whatever. Oh yeah, I forgot. And then we have like a new sort of thing going on as we try to leave here. I'm pretty certain that none of these doors open on either side of us, but yeah, instead of actually just having the simple like out of here, you know what I'm talking about, like the stairs that there were before. Now we I think I'm done checking those doors, by the way. I'm good. I believe that they're all fucking locked. I don't know. Wow, it's really fucking dark and really fucking quiet. On the bright side, we don't have the stair shit anymore, so I'm going to check our HP, the doll's HP, before we continue on. Not that I actually think that there's anything I could really even do with this. Let's sit down. Okay, full HP. That's what I figured. All right, let's get a save off before we go do this next area. Is this the area we go to? No. I get so turned around here. You'd think my sense of direction would get a little bit better on, I don't know about subsequent playthroughs, but at least the one I'm doing currently, but no such luck. All right, so we are in this room. We'll save it up and head back over to where we can place these candles and stuff. There's another doll there. We didn't have to cut the wire again, so that's nice. Sorry, I was just looking around my room there for a minute. All right, so we've got the key card, we've got the candles. I do kind of wish there was a save on this side. Like, that would be really nice for me. But all right, so we have to put the doll down because she interferes with the what the fuck ever. I'm gonna just like activate this TV so I don't have to hear the fucking static in my ear. So we place down candles. There's a spot for a candle. The candle's missing. Place a candle. So I am gonna go ahead and just place down all the candles. There's cool like icons here that I don't know mean anything, but there's like a heart, there's like a skull. I don't know what that is exactly. Maybe a book, an eye, a game controller, VHS tape. I have no clue what that is. A finger, 2 pieces of bacon. No, it's probably waves. But anyway, now that you're over here, you have to summon a spirit to overload the machine. And I have been promising that we're going to do specimen 8s, even though out of all 3 of these guys, I feel like he is easily the hardest. But if you remember, this is the puppet guy, this is the deer guy, and this is the like McDonald's-esque shit, the demon guy. You can even see a description, puppet there. What does this say? 100% beef, and this thing. Spirit already active. Lead back to Hellgate source to return. So he gets summoned in the corner of the room, and we interact with the door that was behind us. And now we start a chase sequence with him. This is very lengthy, and you have no heals. So, slow and steady wins the race here, question mark. I get a little bit in my head sometimes. Now, we want to take advantage and attack these like deer if they chase us, if we get close enough to them. Now I don't start a fight with them because it's not the most forgiving of window that you have to attack these monsters, the deer that is. Oh boy, I'm every time that like that face jump scare, whatever happens, I'm like so sure that we got hit by either the deer or specimen 8. But yeah, again, in this area at least, you're like don't be afraid to attack the deer here. You don't have to worry about like negative points or like anger points or frenzy points, whatever they're calling it, to get the bad ending. So again, just real slow and steady. I probably won't even hit the sprint button unless I have a really good reason to. All right, so you know, I don't know if these are traditional rooms. All right. Oh, I'm getting turned around. I'm trying not to get hit at all because I want as much HP going into the final area as absolute possible. Now, if you remember, the reason that we're running like this is because like if we break eye contact with him, he'll warp through the wall. I guess that one there wasn't. We didn't give them a big enough window to necessarily. As we're moving, speaking of windows, you might see windows all around the like house. All right, I'm trying not to break eye contact with him. Trying to juggle all kinds of stuff. Describe what we're doing here exactly. These are the symbols on the wall as whenever we were in his like chamber originally. So that's kind of cool. Wow, I was saying something about, oh yeah, the like windows around here. There are like windows that, you know, that you can look through that show like a forest. I don't know that, I think in the last area actually we'll get an opportunity to look at those windows a little bit better. I don't know. We don't really have anything going on here. Like I said, the chase sequence, I don't know about the other ones. Maybe the other ones, like, it feels a little bit better. This one here is just like kind of a dredge, a little bit of a long haul, a little bit. Now, yeah, I guess I'll just wait for him to get closer. I did get his death screen whenever I was like practicing this chase, because I wanted to practice this chase so that I could do it well. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to come into this son of a bitch. I hate these dead ends. We did get nicked there. Hopefully I don't show the death screen for this. I'd be happier not showing the death screen for him than I would be to show the death screen for him. So, because then that means I did this area successfully. All right, more deer, hella deer at that. I know we had another deer there. I'm trying not to, again, break eye contact with him. I don't know how many rooms this has been. It feels like a fucking million, but okay, hey, here's one of these windows. You can, like, look out into the woods. And again, we'll get a better look at that as we go into this guy's last area. So I don't know how well I'm going to be able to reference all this as I kind of talk about it. But if you played Lost in Vivo, if you watched my Lost in Vivo playthrough, there's a specific tape where you end up in a cabin several times, and you can actually see this guy, the Specimen 8, in the cabin windows. This is hard to see, and that footage is hard to see, so I would recommend either playing it yourself or looking at the footages individually, because that would be easier for you. But this area that we're coming up on, I remember like making the connect in my head, but the cabin is almost the identical layout as the Specimen 8's final chamber. Each of the like big chasey enemies have like a final area. This is it right here. Don't worry, we're gonna get an actual proper look at this place as we kind of go around and stuff. So if you remember, the cabin was split into like kind of 4 parts. There was like, you know, this area, like there was like a cornerish rooms. This is one of those cornerish rooms. This is another one of the cornerish rooms. I know that this is very hard to see, especially with the static overlay and stuff. Then we've got windows that point to outside. There was like stairs and stuff there the last time. This here is, I think, actually inverted. I can't remember if this is faithful. But then there's like this main cabin area. I know that this isn't the best kind of footage, but again, this is something that maybe you should try to experience for yourself if you're able to. And then you step out to here, and this is where like the cabin is in the the tapes, not DLC, but like the tapes part of it. Oh great, now we got a deer chasing us. I just kind of want to show this a couple of times just in case, you know, so that you can get a good look at it or whatever. That's what the cabin kind of looked like. It did have a top floor whenever we played, but I don't know. Yeah, I guess there have been stairs in this game. And then like a big long path kind of leading us out of the woods or into the cabin, depending on which direction you were headed. Wow, I can't believe that I did that correctly, more or less the first try. So this is the last room for him before we make it to like this blood crystal thing, and it always sucks the entity into it whenever you get close enough to it as they chase you, and it breaks the hell crystal. You can see this room in particular here has the runes, and whenever you like get him into that, certain characters have voice lines that they say at the end. That one there is praise be to Bayagatoth, the like there's like this eldritch entity. Yeah, I'm sure you don't want to hear all about it. No. Fans of Kira's work are going to know what it is. Fans who aren't, people who are watching this that aren't fans of Kira's work aren't going to be too hard pressed to know. But there's like this eldritch deity that's like kind of over a lot of Kira's games. We're just doing this segment here again, and this is how we get the good ending. I'm just going to yap until we get through this, the nightmare, and then we're on the tram on the way up, because that is the good ending. I can't remember also if the dad has a different note on him or not, but that'll be another cool thing for us to check out now that we're doing the proper ending in contrast to the last one. I don't know if I made it clear. I was bitching about like the retconning, but I think I just completely misunderstood the story whenever I first played it. So my apologies for even implying. But whenever like Kira is on like the writing staff or something, ambiguousness is, I don't know, they kind of take it a little bit too far. No, this is me like covering my ass for all the bitching that I did earlier, but I do kind of feel that way. Their stories are hard to enjoy oftentimes because of the ambiguousness of the thing. It is rewarding whenever you can actually draw a connection between the things. Like you know, I'll tell you, like the Saint Ishi thing. I'm pretty sure that's like the name of it. In Basilisk 2000, there's like this sword that you can get that's called like the demon sword or some shit like that. I can't remember exactly, but then that sword is also in Lunacid is like a little thing called like the sword of Saint Ishian or something. Again, fans of Kira's work are going to know what it is. Fans of not Kira's work are not going to care that I'm really butchering the shit out of it. But anyway, there's a sword that's across the two games, and of course you're going to make the connection based on the look, but like understanding that there's a name for that sword now, and there might be some kind of like a Ishian like connection with Basilisk 2000, like that might have something to do with, you know, this Ishian guy, or maybe we'll see it in a future Kira game. Like that feels nice, like that's fine in an investigative sense, but I don't know. I like this whole shit where like, you know, he framed a PTSD veteran or something like that. Now, granted, he himself is also a veteran, but like he probably wouldn't be able to do all the like getting a mansion and shit. It's also like, where does this dude's money come from? That's another thing I was thinking about throughout this whole game is like he can employ people. Is he like head over a company? Maybe he is head of GL Labs. You know what I'm saying? Like he's like CEO of the thing, and then so like GL Labs has like a function outside of you know, like GL Labs is like maybe like a company that does like, you know, actual like lab shit, and then otherwise like he uses the money from that GL Labs to like fund his own endeavors, which are resurrecting his daughter, and he like uses his personnel and like their intelligence and stuff. And if I'm not incorrect. Yeah, if I'm not incorrect, then I'm pretty certain that we saw GL Labs in what the fuck was it called? Lost in Vivo. So like, I wonder if it's not that they have their fingers in a lot of pies. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not like doing evil shit everywhere necessarily, other than more so that it's like, you know, it's this like a company that does actual company shit, and then he does this evil shit in not evil shit, but like tries to resurrect his daughter at this mansion with like the money that he gets and stuff. I don't know. Very intelligent person. Okay. What are we doing here? We're getting out of here. We've sealed the crystal or whatever it was. We got 35 seconds to make it back to the tram. That you can get jumped by actually pretty unique cardboard cutouts in this area. Apparently there was a cut Pop-Tart that was one of the things that you could get as a okay, wait a sec. There was a cut cardboard cutout that was a Pop-Tart in the original like main game that you can get in this DLC, so that's kind of cool. I saw a soda earlier, or maybe not earlier, but like across playthroughs too. I don't remember where I saw it, but that was another cute looking cardboard cutout. The 2D and 3D art that Kira makes are both like very, very good. I like them a lot. Very pretty. So this time, instead of the screen actually turning red, it should stay blue. The mansion blows up, also blue. And there we go. Nice little like nuclear explosion, and the souls kind of fly out, and everything stays like a nice cyan. Excuse me, like a sleepy blue and green. This time I'm gonna, like, as soon as the text comes on screen, I'm gonna try and read it as quick as I can, because even while I was reading it in my head the last time, the text went by kind of a little bit too quick for me to see. With the seal broken, the spirits trapped within the mansion can now go on, and with the hell gate shut, the terrors that seep through begin to fade away. Spooky has moved on and rests with her parents now, somehow, despite all the horror within the mansion, and I still couldn't read the last line. Probably that you feel better despite it or some shit. So there is the doctor himself, the good doctor, his wife Monica, and their daughter Spooky. Very nice. So we did get a good ending. Did I complain earlier that there's no good endings in Kara games? Hey, there's a good ending. Alright, that's been Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion. I know that this has been a fucking long one. I know that it's been fraught with bullshit that I've been spewing. This feels like an okay one, at least. Oh yeah, and we actually got like little different spooky art as we are bullshitting here. I don't know. I like this game a lot. I like Kira games a lot. I hope that they keep making games. I was reading their like most recent thing that I saw was they had announced that they're still working on DLC for Lunacid. They had made Tears of the Moon, like free to play like edition prequel to Lunacid. That was pretty cool. Again, I wish I could talk about Albino Moose games, but shrug. They are working on one thing, and I've only ever seen them work on one thing. So what else was I saying? Oh yeah, I like Kira's games. They're like cool and shit. Anything that they have a hand in is like generally pretty good. It did kind of seem like they were having like a I don't know what you call it, like having some kind of like a crisis of identity a little bit. Not identity, but like they were not feeling the greatest about people's response to the original Lunacid, and we're like talking about that in the DLC post, and like separating the art from the artist or whatever. Hopefully they're able to find some kind of peace on the internet, like while they make stuff. That's I'm getting ready to cover another guy that has like another person that has like kind of critical reactions to people online who like kind of talk about their work. They're a lot more sensitive. I don't want to talk about people's sensitive proclivities to stuff. All I want to say is like hopefully they can find some kind of comfort on the internet and just continue making things like they have been for years and years, and hopefully it's quality, and hopefully I cover it for a long time. Anyway, that has been Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion. Thank us for playing. This is a very old lady that died, 95 years old. Memory of Aurora Paloma Rodriguez. In loving memory. Very sweet. Alright, that's been Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion, folks. I hope you all enjoyed. I'll see you all next week. Later.